How y'all doing? Been a while, you know. Been pretty busy. Got my books that I'm reading for my project that I'll be working on for the next couple months. Been pretty interesting read so far for the ones that I do have. And just hanging out and chilling and keeping a track of all of the mayhem that's been going on in the Warhammer community with the game lately. Everybody's dropping it. We got review bombs again, like it's launch day. We've got content creators who have been around for forever, dipping out. Absolute madness. But honestly, I mean, the game is fun on the multiplayer side of things. Well, most of the big criticisms I've heard are leveled at the campaign side. But, I mean, this game's definitely been a bit of a zombie at times. Somehow always rising from the dead. I imagine that's going to be the case when the new DLC drops. My 2 cents about it all is that if people really don't want to play the game, they should drop their bad review on the Steam page, and then go touch grass, because there's pretty important shit going on nowadays with, just everything that's happening in the US, and then other places around the planet are also in similarly tricky positions, so going out and touching grass and reconnecting with what's going on outside is a good thing to do. Use this as an opportunity to do so. Anyways, let me go find Bracket, and we'll start looking around and seeing what's going on with who we might be grabbing for round one. Honestly, Jaden, if you want to play round one, I'm 100% down. It's been a while, dude. Where you been? See, Jaden had the right idea. Go off and find something else to do for a while, and then reconnect when you're in the mood for playing the game. Sweet. Just grab whoever your opponent is when the round starts, Jaden. I'll leave you the code here. Hope everybody is doing all right. Moving into a new place work. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hopefully it's all going good, dude. I would assume so if you're joining back here. Moving is always crazy stressful. That is like one of my least favorite things. For a while I was in school, and then just working at the same time as I was, going to classes and everything. I had to move God knows how many times, like 4 times in 2 years. It was crazy. Absolutely miserable. Because, it takes like 3 or 4 months to get settled in somewhere, and then if you're like moving a few months after that, it sucks. I'm not one personally for very like upended nomadic type of movement pattern. Waking up for the tourney. I woke up like 30 minutes too. Or woke up like 30 minutes ago as well, I guess I should say. Just to actually finish the sentence that I started. Pancake, you're a pretty good player. I imagine that you're going to be able to throw down just about anybody here. Oh, before we get started, I wanted to show off a game that I'm super excited for. It is independent of Warhammer, obviously. Um, It's something I mentioned on one of the streams a while back. It's by the same studio who did Battle Brothers. It's their new piece that they're making. They've released a working demo that's actually pretty insane. This is one of the cooler demos I've played of a game in a while. Menace, this is the game that I'm talking about. It kicks major ass. Pretty in-depth. It's got some really cool, mechanics for how the combat works. Like, add dudes in, you can see they all have, like, individual names and everything. Those squads, like, move together. It's like a squad-based XCOM game. You've got, like, vehicles and all kinds of different loadouts for your troops. You can choose, like, a million different types of weapons. It goes really hard, and the tutorial itself is really cool because it's got 10 different map, like, operation modes in it, so you can replay the demo itself. It's got a lot going on in it, so I'll probably be streaming that at some point. And yeah. I don't know. You should check it out yourself, guys. The studio made one of the best tactical RPGs I've ever played in Battle Brothers, and based solely on the demo for Menace, I think they're about to make something that's even better. I cannot recommend highly enough checking it out. Right, yeah, it was fine. Jade, my parents, and other friends and family were nice enough to help me with all of the moving at the time, so it was worth it for getting my degree. You know, I'm just happy that I have not had to move around like that in years at this point. Because that was like, what, 5 or 6 years ago, I think. I'm in a much more settled state now. Okay, we've got Jaden, who is a mean green fighting machine extraordinaire. We've got Manlom here. I've never seen them play. I'm very curious what they're going to be rocking in with here. Oh, and let me check maps before I just make them fight on whichever one I have picked here. So we got Decrepit Moor. Decrepit Moor is a good standby. There's some terrain blockers. Big trees that cover the deployment zone, and then one little stand of forests off to the side. Between the home objectives for either side and an objective out there in the open field. Oh, okay. Greenskins versus Chaos Dwarves is going to be very fascinating to watch. This is maybe a matchup for a very particular type of unit. I don't want to go too deep into it on stream here. I just want to see what Jaden does of their own accord. There is a possibility, though, that they might be running something that you don't typically see. At least in my head, the first thing that jumped out to me was a particular single entity that the Greenskins have access to. That could definitely cause some issues for the Chaos Dwarves. Beebuslob. Exactly. We'll see what they throw out. Jaden selected the banner for, what's his face? Grom. I don't know if we'll actually see him here, though. I I feel like Grom low-key is probably the most consistent of the Greenskin Lords. If you're not going to be just bringing an all-in-one caster. Grom is very durable and does a lot of damage while being really survivable because of the regen, but Chaos now have a lot of fire damage and a lot of really dangerous armor-piercing missiles. So even if they weren't poking through for extra damage, he would definitely still be at a little bit of risk here. With that in mind, you're probably best off bringing your caster as cheap as possible so that you can just spell spam. Stuff like Gorkle Fix-It, Itchy Nuisance. I feel like the Little Wah lore is going to be the best option, just in terms of what the Chaos style we like to play normally. Because you can use slows on trains, you can debuff the melee attack of stuff like Infernal Guard Fireglaves as you get into combat against them. It gives you a really nice opportunity to kind of beat down on them and not allow any kind of maneuvering on their part. At least not without getting punished. And, God, what's the other one? Oh, Sneaky Stabbin', always good. Stupid cheap spell, long-lasting. Excellent buff. It gives you extra melee attack and I believe it's armor-piercing damage. Unless they also buffed it recently to where it's both forms of weapon strength. Big Wah would still be good, obviously. I just feel like there's a little more utility here with the Little Wah. Oh, okay, here we go. Kicking it off with our first game today. We got double Deathshriek Rocket. Definitely going to be pretty dangerous. A lot of Chaos Dwarf Warriors, which is really cool to see. Greenskins can struggle against armored walls. They do have lots of anti-armor options, but those do typically come at a bit of a premium at times. The most dangerous thing here against the Chaos Dao is going to be this Arachnarok Flinger, which was the monster that I had in mind for what might be a really nice mix-up against this enemy faction here. You know, the Chaos Dwarves have a lot of scary single entities, you know, obviously large units. This thing has pretty good speed on it, so it can actually catch up to trains, and with the weapon strength, it can kind of beat up on them and keep them in check. Plus, it's got the ranged tool here. Gives a nice little vigor and speed debuff, can definitely be very obnoxious, and throws out quite a decent amount of damage against infantry. Not so dangerous to cavalry and the like. But will be a good tool for hammering the Blazing Beards of Basharik early on, who should be the priority target. If your opponent brought in ROR, especially one that is as powerful as the Blazing Beards, you have to focus it with your counter tools. So we'll be seeing if Jaden's got the moves here to be able to focus up the way he needs to. Honestly, a little unfortunate for the Chaos Dwarves. On this map, you definitely do have a bit of a disadvantage early bringing artillery. Just because they have to start in the trees over here, or you gotta bring them in the open field. Now, normally, the position over here is pretty decent for artillery pieces. For the Chaos Dally, it's especially good because you can avoid counterfire from this side. And the Deathshriek rockets do fire, you know, directly up into the air. Really high arcing shots will just go right over the shot blockers. Not super important on this map to try and hide from artillery, though. Greenskins don't really bring a ton to begin with. Doomdiver catapults would be the scariest thing you might run into. I believe they can shoot over the terrain blockers anyways. The most important thing for the Chaos Dwarves is just making sure that the Deathshrieks get protected this game. If you leave these things out of position for more than a moment, they're probably going to get jumped by something like a Boar Boy Biggin, who will just delete them in matter of moments, man. It'll be absolutely brutal. Really nice positioning from Jaden. Look at this, jumping behind the shot blocker immediately with the Ragnarok Flinger. River Troll Hag getting in the forest as well to hide. Very, very smart play. Got more Grubs jumping out to grab the number 1 and immediately pulling back off of the point. You don't want to have to attack here if you can help it. So that's the reason you're seeing the Ragnarok Flinger posted up back here. Deathstreak rockets are usually pretty good at hammering units like the Flingers, but when you've got the terrain advantage here and the positioning advantage, being able to mitigate any kind of extra damage your opponent can get on you and can keep you from having to commit into a very deep set backfield is a nice little position to be in. Definitely going to give the Greenskins plenty of time to work with the objectives here, while also being able to work down the Lord. Nice little Spirit Leech from the River Troll Hag. You can see the shots from the Deathstreak rockets are being dodged fairly well so far. River Troll Hag's going to need to be careful, though. One of the Deathstreaks has swapped over to targeting her. The demo rockets are very difficult to dodge. They track really nicely. The only thing that's going to save this River Troll Hag from getting smacked up here is if she's able to jump back behind the pillar. Looks like that's where she's headed. A little bit out in the open still. Definitely needs to continue moving her back up into the forest, I would say. Does seem like the Deathstreak doesn't want to fire. Looks like it's going to swap back over and hit the infantry again. It's been a little uneven so far. Nice shot here, it looks like. Definitely making good contact with the goblins here. Losing half of their HP, tons of models. Same over here with this one. More Ragnarok Flinger shots coming in, and also getting some pretty good revenge. You can see that the damage output on the Flinger is not quite as good as the Deathstreaks, but I would say that in terms of, yeah, the value trading, can't really trust the bars up top here. They can be a little misleading. While I would say the actual damage distributed so far is about even, the higher impact damage has been from the Flinger, just because these Chaos Dwarf Warriors are much more expensive than these Goblins. Like, 2 Goblins getting shot up is equivalent to the Chaos Dwarf Warrior getting hammered here. Really nice engagement, you know, the Savage Orc Boar Boys. May not be the best targets in the world to be charging down the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets, just in a pure 1v1 trade scenario, but you're occupying 2 units here. You've also got another Savage Orc Boar Boy that's going to be getting a really nice charge home from the rear, hammering down from behind, and breaking leadership on one of the Sneaky Gets so far already. Other Sneaky Get probably not going to be too far behind that. Huge win, and the very low HP Savage Orc Boar Boy didn't even break in the middle of all of that. Bull Centaur renders on the way in, but you have Morgrub's Mangy Marauders over here to throw some damage down. Lamasu Lord is laning in the back line, doing a good job of actually terror routing some of the Orc Air Boys here. Oh, sorry, this is the Sorcerer Prophet on the Bale Taurus, not the Lamasu. Very rare that you see the regular Bale Taurus, not the greater one. It's going to be jumping back up in the air. Got an Iron Demon and some Chaos Dowie Warriors running down Orc Boys over here. They're not doing too hot. Definitely not enjoying the time that they're having. Getting point blanked by that massive shotgun cannon is never a good time. Outside of that position, though, Chaos Dwarves don't have a tremendous presence on the #1 objective right now. They do have the Greenskins push back a decent amount right now. And the Bull Centaur Renders have won against the Boar Boys, but there's a lot of missiles here. Bull Centaur Renders are very squishy. Jaden definitely needs to get the Orc Air Boys forward to help out the Morgrub's Mangy Marauders at handling this Bull Centaur Render unit. You've got the perfect counters on the field, just need to really hammer home with those now. I wouldn't waste my time shooting the Iron Demon. That is a tremendously difficult missile piece, or I mean a missile and single entity chariot, I guess. to try and shut down with your missile fire. It's just got too much armor, man. Hit the lower armored target if you can help it. Really nice fermented fungi from the Night Goblin War Boss here. Perfectly timed and an excellent Spite of the Bad Moon on top of that to give the Broken Tusk Mob some extra bonus versus large, and they are chewing through the Bull Centaur renders now. You see, they don't have the best stats in the world, but the bonus is just enough usually to be able to get them in good standing to take down much more expensive pieces like this. One of the reasons that those Boar Boy Biggins oftentimes are held up as a shining beacon of cost effectiveness. They definitely are among the finest in all of the Warhammer Fantasy realms in that regard. River Troll Hag gets beat up a little bit by the Metal Sorcerer as well as the Iron Demon here. Attracting a lot of attention into the backline though, and giving the Greenskins a little bit of time to work on capping this number 1. Swamp Things are here. Going to be a really nice unit for beating down on any Chaos Dowie Warriors and Sneaky Gets that might be coming out. Going to help cap the number 1 and then probably help move up. We do still have Deathstreak Rockets on the field, accruing some pretty good value. You've got 1,300 on one of them, only 300 on the other. That's really rough. It's been sitting in this tree line. I would imagine that with such little value, it's probably been hitting a lot of the trees with some of its shots. Demo Rockets coming in and actually hitting the same troll. You gotta be careful with double dealing damage with artillery. It's much better to split fire with artillery than it is with stuff like Orc Airboys. Orc Airboys are the type of units to focus fire, while artillery needs to pick opposite ends of the battlefield to fire onto. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to do this. You can see each shot is focusing in on one model rather than spreading the damage out and taking 2 models out at a time. We're seeing some very inefficient fire from these big artillery units. Really good stoppage here. Infernal Guard coming in to intercept the Boar Boy Biggins. Same with these Goblin Laborers. Now Chaos Dowie Warrior is going to be moving in to try and help the Deathstreak Rockets stay online. The backfield defense has been excellent so far from Manlom. If you can keep the Deathstreak Rockets alive in their last few volleys here, you know, I say last few, but I mean, they got 9 volleys on the Deathstreaks and Demo Rockets available. And you can swap through that as often as you want. And that was a brutal shot from the Iron Demon, chunking through the Orc Airboys with that shotgun blast, and now insta-routing the Goblins. Swamp Things are standing toe-to-toe against the Bull Centaur Torok for the time being. Got some Orc Boys and Goblins that can come in to help out. Definitely going to help against this big guy, but I don't know if this is going to be enough to finish, and brutal shots coming in from the Deathstreak Rocket, looking like a campaign moment here. You got your single entity that's holding against all hope, artillery backing it up and punishing the blobs that develop on top of it. Really nice stuff from Manlom. And Jaden's doing pretty well. It's definitely well within reach for the Greenskins. They're down in value, though, by quite a fair margin. And their infantry and missile line has been bullied pretty horrifically by the artillery. This missile line has been slowly getting worn down, and you can see does have pretty respectable value, but has a lot of ammo that it could still get some good use out of, and desperately needs to get some value out of, in fact. Without having those guys available, things could get very tricky here. Arachnarok Flinger is running for its life now. Slowly getting worn out by the rocket launcher. Sorcerer Prophet, I imagine, has also been harassing it a little bit. I've saw some Infernal Guard great weapons that were fighting over on the number 3 not too long ago. Here's the remains of them. Yeah, very beat up unit, but they were on top of that Flinger, and they've got about 400 values. They chunked a decent amount of HP off of this big beastie by themselves. Boar Boy Biggins are doing what they can to remove the Torok and the Iron Demon, but man, oh man, these constructs. The The War Machines for the Chaos Dowie proving their effectiveness here. I mean, they have giving Jaden fits this entire game. Got some more Savage Orc Boar Boys moving, and you got a Tear Out going down on the Biggins here. Big issue, having to commit Squig Herds on top of the Iron Demon. Definitely not the most effective use of your time. You can see it continuing to push out of here with its absurd mass. 5,000 mass on this thing, but a beautiful Tormentor Sword going to stop the momentum and also get a really nice engagement out of the Night Goblin Warboss onto the Torok. Could have been tricky for the Night Goblin Warboss if he didn't get his shots in, but actually land some very cost-effective damage in against this guy. Is going to be able to kill him. Doesn't save the #1 objective, though, which is a bit of a problem, but Friendly Fire coming down on the Death Shrieker. Hitting the Infernal Guard there, it's a lot of damage to be putting out on your own guys. Fermented Fungi was down on the Iron Demon, which had it rampaging for a moment. The Swamp Things come in and have it trapped up a little bit. You can see it's trying to push back through way too many models. Yeah, this is where getting down on the actual unit level can really help out, because you can see there's a little bit of a gap here. You can turn around and kind of drive it back through there. Instead, the Iron Demon stays stuck in here. It's going to be dying, it looks like. We do have plenty of Savage Orc Boar Boys on the field, and they are getting some very nice charges down on some Goblin Laborers, but spending a lot of time fighting with Gobbos is not really what you want to be focusing your time on right now. Really need to get rid of the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. They are a very dangerous unit to be seeing out on the field at this stage. There's not really a whole lot to punish them right now, but some very beat-up Rugloods and Error Boys, as well as the Morkham's Mangy Marauders, are doing what they can to keep these guys in check, and Squig Herd's looking to try and push through the Infernal Guard. I would just leave the Squig Herd to clean these guys up. The Infernal Guard are very low. They don't have a lot of cap weight applied to them since they've lost so many models, but they are still a fairly annoying unit to have to fight through against. Finishing them up and then making sure that you've got the time to be able to get after the Infernal Guard with much healthier units would be the way to go about this. Or you could do this, honestly, avoiding them and just charging down these Orc Laborers to put some pressure on the #3 is not a bad idea here. You do have a bit of a value deficit, so if you can pull your opponent's army around a little bit, maybe take some pressure off the #1 here, that could definitely get you in a good position, but Manlob is actually able to unsummon the Deathshriek rocket launchers. They were at full health, too, which is terrifying to think about, the amount of value that you get back in terms of supplies. That's a good 600 apiece on those Deathshrieks. You can see summoning out a Bull Centaur Torok with those supplies. Got some Bull Centaur Renders that are very fresh out on the field. A massive wave of Fireglaves and Chowie Warriors on the way in, including the Blazing Beards of Asherik. So the #1 is about to be resecured, and this back pressure very easily dealt with by a healthy Bull Centaur Render, routing all three of those very battered and beleaguered Orc Biggins. Doomdiver Catapult coming in now. Looks like it's been on the field before. I don't know when that was exactly, but did get some decent value. Maybe got killed by some diving, looks like some Hobgobbo Wolf Raider cavalry was in the back line of the Greenskins at some point. That was a huge catch. Manlom is playing really well. Jaden is too, but Jaden just can't keep any infantry presence on the field. Did some really good dodging early and avoiding the Deathshriek ammunition, but here in the late game is finding it a little bit rough in terms of the battlefield state. Now, you do have a huge build-up on the #1 objective here. I would just go all out for the #3, focus on grabbing this, and then maybe think about moving over to the #1. Very unfortunate for the Greenskins to be losing their Not Goblin Warboss here at this stage. Little guy ends up dead on the ground. Huge leadership debuffs incoming. Very low leadership faction, the Greenskins. Good focus fire on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves with the Doomdiver Catapult. Excellent value on this thing. It's a great artillery piece. It can throw out some serious damage. Good against flyers, good against single entities, good against infantry and cavalry. It's just a good all-rounder. It's a little expensive and hard to protect at times, though. That's why you don't see it too terribly often. You know, nice charge here with the Broken Tusk Mob against the Sneaky Gits. You have some Goblin Laborers breaking, but this is really good layering, honestly. Weaker, more tattered units in the front with a higher quality full health unit, protecting something that's a little bit more deep set, that can do some decent damage with their weapon strength, as long as they don't just get hammered onto by high charge bonus type of units. I do have a terror-causing piece here in the Swamp Things. If you got a terror route now, maybe you could get this single cap. The issue is there's just not enough time to work on this #1 objective. There's too much over here. Blazing Beards are leaving the #1. I'll just leave them over there. You just need the single cap to win the game now. No reason to overextend your infantry into the open field where they can get intercepted and kind of double-teamed by a bunch of mobility. It doesn't really matter, though, I guess. Manlom with a really nice victory here. Doing a great job of defending the back line is really the long and the short of it here. Chaos Dowie are excellent at defending their artillery pieces, and we saw some really good micro out of the Iron Demon. It got 1400 value, was very disruptive, got a lot of terror routes. Ruglets did pretty well, and the other Air Boys also had some okay value, but the issue is that there wasn't really anything to uptrade tremendously here. Doomdiver was doing some great damage, but it died at least one time, as far as I can tell already, before it was really getting work done that second time around. Morgrim's Mangy Marauders doubled their value, which is great, but the Flinger ended up being a little bit lackluster. The double Death Shrieker was quite investment, but they were definitely able to outtrade the Spider here, and I think the River Troll Hag was a bit of a weak link. Only 851 value on this River Troll Hag is not really what you're looking for in terms of your magic usage. The War Boss had some great fermented fungis. Really good punishes with that dude, but he runs out of charges eventually, and then he's just kind of a mediocre lord at best. And you can see the higher quality on the side of the Chaos Dowie. He was able to shine through here at the end of the day. Despite their infantry being very weak, they were able to come out in the late game and just anchor. And by then, there weren't enough answers for Jaden on the field. Sorcerer of Metal got 2400 as well. It's probably the best play I've ever seen somebody use a Great Taurus. Or, Great Taurus, Sorcerer Prophet. Normally, you just bring him on the Bale Taurus, because it's not that much more expensive, and it's substantially more powerful. But going for the more cost-effective option and getting 2400 value out of it is really awesome to see. How much is that guy with what he had? I don't know if he had Chalice or not. I imagine you still pop it on there pretty regularly. Only 1900. I guess you put metal shifting on for extra weapon strength. Why not? Just don't run anything too crazy. It's 2,000 gold. Bale Taurus is, you know, another 700 gold on top of that. Usually a little bit better. Just because you also get a breath attack, and then you've got way more HP. Much better melee defense as well. But I can see there being an argument for bringing the Taurus. Usually, though, if you don't do a Bale Taurus, just plop them on the Lamassu. Lamasus are still fairly decent combatants and can actually silence lords and heroes, which can be very powerful against the Greenskins, who have a lot of very high-impact lores and items and abilities on their characters. Being able to shut those down can be really, really brutal. Build is a work in progress. It was a good game, dude. Chaos Doors are really tough for Greenskins already. Greenskins definitely have some tools that they can utilize to kind of beat up on the Chowie, but it's definitely not easy. I would recommend some pump wagons. Pump wagons you can just sacrifice into blocking up the Iron Demon. They've got enough mass that they can actually keep an Iron Demon locked down for a decent chunk of time. And then pump wagons, if they're not answered by anything, can just go run over your opponent's Chaos Dowie Warriors. It's actually pretty effective. Other thing you could do, this is another single entity that's worth bringing here. Colossal Squig. Double Colossal Squig is actually pretty strong. You can do some really nasty stuff with these guys. They're very hard to wrangle and control with their own mass. They've got great collision damage against infantry. And their weapon strength is high enough with good enough melee attack that they can beat up on the trains. So, if you don't want to go for the very expensive flinger, you can do double gumball. I would recommend the acid burpa, because the explosive farts that it has, it's technically burping on everybody. But whatever, you know. Actually watch it cast, it looks like it's farting and vomiting on everything. You know, it's about as disgusting as you could possibly imagine it to be. It does massive damage in the radius around it. Ridiculous amounts of damage. Try this thing out sometime and pop acid burps and just watch it delete blobs. I've seen it get upwards of 500 value from one use of that ability before. Oh, we gotta back out. Get over to the Discord and we'll start downloading some games here that we can just be plopping in. Moving along nice and quick on. Let's check my settings. Okay. That's probably why. Turn off that as well. It's stuttering a little bit on my end. I don't know if anybody else is seeing that, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. I need to upgrade because Windows 11 has definitely lowered my performance, which is really obnoxious. Love it if they could optimize Windows 11 to not be so punishing on CPUs, because definitely is doing something on the back end that is causing some problems. Try the squigs again. Had issues before my macro got better. It's okay, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's your first game back from quite a bit of a break. You're playing against somebody who's obviously got a pretty good idea of what needs to be done on the Chaos Dowie side of things. So they seem to be a very strong opponent, and there's no shame in losing to them for sure. The squigs just need to stay with your on top of your infantry, and they can just shred through all of those Chowie warriors more effectively. And I think that would have made a big difference for you. And then also finding some way to get into the back line with a high impact unit to deal with the death shrieks. I know that's a tall order, but it is pretty important against the Chowie to keep their artillery from shredding you. Guys, what do we got? We do got some games here. We got Lizardman versus Dowie. We've got Cathay and Khorne. Cathay versus Khorne sounds like a great game to watch. It's actually a pretty cool matchup. There was a time where Cathay had a real claim to fame as a Khorne counter, believe it or not. It's been a long time since that was the case. That was when Satang was crazy overpowered. I mean, wicked damage from Satang back in the day. His Windbow ability would one-shot infantry units if they were low enough armor. And even against heavily armored stuff, you'd take about half their HP out. It's really crazy. Made for some very rough games as Khorne, but he's been nerfed since then, and now it's a lot more Khorne favored nowadays. But the forces of Cathay definitely still have some tools that they can do to kind of mix things up. I'm gonna delete all these. I've covered all of these games that I have in my replay folder already, so if you want to see them on streams from last week, you should go check them out. This is just to keep it a little bit more organized from now on. Hello? Oh, R.I.P. Where did I drop these things? Alright, well, we'll do this. Where the hell is my, updated folder? Give me a sec, guys. I gotta find where it's gone to. There it is. I must have moved it while I was messing around with the, file explorer. Okay, let's do some Cathay versus Corn. We've got Pancakes here coming in with Valkia and Occultist with the Bloodletter summon. Very strong option here. I would even go so far as to say double Cultist against Cathay is a good idea. They're just really solid options. They beat up on infantry really nicely. Very fighty characters, they can get their value back by alone, even without the Bloodletter summon. The Bloodletter summon is just icing on the cake, because it gives you free access into your opponent's missile lines. Not a very traditional missile line here for Cathay, though. They went double arty.
Do not fear. Our ancestors will see how hard you fight, and their judgment goes far beyond this world. So fight for them. And for Cathay!
Awesome. Anyways, instead of a traditional missile line like you might normally see out of Cathay, we've got a artillery build. We've got Sky Junk, Grand Cannon, plenty of units to protect, giving the harmony to the arty right out the gate, with some 2 Peasant Horsemen, and then the Great Moonbird. Great Moonbirds are really scary, actually. This Moonflare is a snare as well as a vortex. It does really nasty damage. Definitely something that you gotta put some respect on. I would probably look to pull back my throwing axes right now. Your opponent's got a lot of arty, and they've got some pretty scary single entities on the field that you're gonna need to get through. And these horsemen are just gonna be massively outranged by the cannon and take wicked damage from it. Better to pull back, have your infantry cap the points, and just leave your marauders to be the focus of the artillery. If your opponent wants to waste a bunch of ammo shooting marauders and the like, let them build up bloodletters behind this. And then when Cathay has to move forward, that's when you can really punish them. Decent Sleipnir here. I would actually advise against using it like this, though, for the future. While that's, like, decent damage to throw out from it, about 300 value off of one, Sleipnir is better as a decisive tool to break open the front line. You want to get your units engaged against the Cathay infantry, and then have Sleipnir just smack their HP as the Bloodletters or whatever make contact with something like a Celestial Dragon Guard. Because you'll break through the front line quicker, and then you can just steamroll your opponent at that point. Using it like this is not really getting you any kind of edge. It's a very aggressive dive with the Furies, and that's a really nice Moonflare in response. Unknown obviously knows the ins and outs of this faction. You might not think that this Vortex hits up in the air, but it actually does. So the Furies get cleared off of the Moonbird, and now they're just crumbling out. Really brutally. You see the cannons are also keeping these horsemen at a pretty far distance. I don't like opening up with horsemen against artillery factions for this reason. It's just way too easy on some maps for the horsemen to just rush up, cap the point, but then also get hammered by artillery fire in the opening and just suffer horrifically for it. They're quite expensive Especially if you're bringing 4 of them. They're 675 each, so that's almost 3,000 gold that you're committing into bringing those units. It's what, 27 or 28 something in total? 27, 25, I guess. It's a lot to have to throw out on the field that's just going to get boxed out. Just continue to play patiently here and use these shot blockers as much as possible. Just stick behind them. Keep the cultists back. The cultists are very quick on foot. They have 44 foot speed. Keep it out of range of the artillery. That way it doesn't get focused down like this. You can see it's actually taking a lot of damage. Valkia being used by herself to dive like this. This is just a tried and true classic example of Khorne does not need to be pulled out of position. You need to cap with your units, force your opponent forward, and then you go for your dives in the back line. Because these dives right now are just not working. They are too scattered, there's not enough committed, they're just getting units out of position more than they are actually accruing any kind of value. And Valkia is a really good lord, but she does not like taking fights like this. This is how you end up with her getting trailered, as I like to put it. She gets surrounded by a million crappy units, she can't disengage, then something that can actually fight her comes in and has the support to 1v1 her, where Demon Shield is not going to save her. She's all Slaupnir, so she can't punish anything that's blobbed, and she's just going to end up running for her life more often than not at that point. Nice point-blank sky junk fire. Hammering here. This is still not the time to move up, Pancakes. Just continue to stay back. If your opponent wants to continue sitting all the way in their back line and allowing you to crew tickets, let them. You're only making it worse for yourself by advancing. This is from lots of experience on the Khorne side of things. It's my main faction. I'm speaking to you out of love, brother. Save yourself the headache of trying to advance up into Cathay. Weather the damage with your Marauders and you'll be much better off, you know. The Sky Junk and the Cannon can definitely clear all your Marauders, but if they clear all 5 Marauders that you had out on the field, that's only 2,000 value. Instead, they've killed, like, a ton of your horsemen. Like, all the Marauder horsemen are beat up. That's, you know, over 2,000 value. You lost 2 Furies, which are 1,300. You've got the Chaos Knights out in the open who are taking wicked damage from the Grand Cannons now. That's a 1,400 gold unit. That's how you're ending up with your opponent, wildly outpacing you in terms of the value trading. You can see that some of the Marauder Horsemen are getting some revenge on the Sky Junk, but this is why you wait with the Horsemen just back in the trees or behind the shot blocker for the beginning stages of the game. It's so that when you do build up and when Cathay brings their units forward and then you get engaged into the fights, then your Horsemen come up and they can actually hit the Sky Junk with consolidated volleys that will actually bring the Sky Junk out of the air. You can use Valkia to occupy the Moonbird, back it all up with some Fury pressure at that point, and there's not going to be anything Cathay can do, because Cathay is a fairly expensive faction, and their units are pound for pound weaker than the Khorne options. It's when Cathay gets to pull you out of position and gets situations like this developed that you really lose steam as Khorne. Because their units are mutually supporting one another and you're coming in very scattered and a little disoriented and you're not able to really value trade the way that you'd like. Now, Cathay is just going to kind of overwhelm the battlefield from here. They're going to pull forward their Spearmen, their Celestial Dragon Guards. These the Blood Beasts are going down. Blood Beasts, awesome unit in this matchup, by the way. Minotaurs are damn solid against Cathay because they bring stuff like Jade Lancers, but Blood Beasts do that job just as effectively, and they're cheaper. I actually really love going like maxed out Blood Beast numbers in this matchup. Really nice Searing Doom from the Alchemist here. Not a lot of value on this guy. Probably been casting Plague of Rust more often if I had to take a wild-ass guess as to what he's been doing. which has definitely been good. Really excellent protection on the Grand Cannons. Able to protect it from the Fury Dive, but that Fury Dive actually got home for a moment and was able to kill 2 of the cannon models. So the DPS is going to be lowered on this unit quite substantially. You're losing half of the effective damage it can do in any one volley, which is great for Khorne. It's just a shame that it comes at a stage of the game where you're just wildly outmatched by this point. Great Moonbird, 2400 value. Celestial Lion also coming in. Valkia just not equal to the task of handling both of these single entities. This is the risk of running Valkia, is your opponent just swarms her with single entities. She can handle either of these monsters on their own, but when there's just multiple of them flooding out onto the field and aggressively going after Valkia, there's not much she's going to be able to do. Chaos Knights get a nice little charge onto the Dragon Guard, but they're going to get stuck up in here and they're going to get pulled down. Marauders are not going to be able to answer this very nice Halberd unit. Celestial Dragon Guard are actually pretty good nowadays. They've been borderline decent at value trading in the past, but now with the extra cap weight that the Celestial Dragon Guard have, I would say that they've got an actual role. As opposed to just bringing stuff like Jade Warrior Halberds, which used to be kind of the go-to for Cathay in this matchup. Celestial Dragon Guard are just a better, more fighty unit, and with better cap weight, they can actually contend it, with objectives a little bit more solidly. Throwing them out is really nice. Jade Lancers come out to counter the Fleshhounds, an unknown with a very dominant victory here.
I knew it. Unending.
See what I'm saying, man? You know, just because a matchup is typically favored for one faction doesn't mean that that's actually how it plays out all the time. I would say what you're really lacking here, Pancakes, is more Bloodletters. Bloodletters are crazy strong against Cathay. They really do not have great answers for them. Bloodletters are cost-effective into Celestial Dragon Guard, even. The thing that Bloodletters are weakest to is stuff like the crossbows and the like. And then charges from like Jade Lancers. But if you bring enough Blood Beasts, you've got good enough tools there to kind of counteract that. I would cut these Horsemen. I would get 2 in reserve, and that's it. And if you really want stuff to cap objectives early, I recommend a couple of Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, just to move up and grab a point for the cheap and pull back with them immediately. Fleshhounds, I would leave at home. They're not very good against Cathay. They don't really have great opportunities here to value trade. The only unit that they really want to countercharge is like Onyx Crowman, and good micro on Onyx Crowman means you can't really do anything. You're going to run into tons of Spears and Halberds. Jade Lancers also counter Fleshhounds. Just leave them alone. Don't bring them. Get more Blood Beasts instead so that you have heavier hitters. Even if they are 1100 gold, they maneuver around pretty well. And they're a great deterrent for the cavalry, which means that your Blood Beasts are a little bit safer to fight in the front line. Oh, go away, NVIDIA. Did not mean to click on you. It's okay, Pancakes. Don't worry about it, dude. Sleep deprivation gets us all in the end. You have Zinchmir? I'm gonna check that out, too. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Whoa! Alright. I was thinking we might do this one second after going through and looking at the other games, but this build from Rogue AI is just too insane to not immediately pay attention to. You got 5 units coming in here for Rogue AI against Meat Not Included with a very nice double Soul Grinder build. You know, Tzeentch used to do this all the time because the Tzeentch Soul Grinders were wildly overpowered. They're much more reasonable now. Still very strong Soul Grinder variant. Great damage output against large targets, and there's plenty of those to pick from here. You got an Exalted Hero and Sartorial, backed up by regular Doom Knight and the ROR Knights of Immolation. The Severed Claw trotting in here to grab the number 2 objective is the only unit on the ground out the gate right now. Beautiful first volley, but doesn't actually make the kind of contact I was thinking. A lot of those multi-shots end up missing there. Tzeentch Soul Grinders bouncing off the shields of the Knights of Immolation. And Rogue AI definitely chortling a little bit after that one. Some Javelins coming in, gonna poke through the shields now, though. Definitely a really good target of opportunity here. You've lowered the barrier. It takes 30 seconds for the barrier to recharge. Utilizing the Javelins and the downtime to get the actual poke through onto the HP is a pretty good call. Marauder Horsemen get tickled a little bit by the Searing Doom, their barrier saving them from the worst effects of that. Only taking 400 damage. If that barrier wasn't there for a full 700 HP, you can see how far they'd be down. They'd be down to about 4,000 health right about now. Exalted Hero dodging a couple shots. Does take a little bit of damage, but again, no HP damage, which is the more important element here. Sartorial gets hit by the Void Pendulum from Kairos, lowering, what is it, the recharge rate, and also the reserves per second going down. Only lose 2 WOM from all of that, which really isn't that big of a deal. But lowering the recharge rate is definitely a little painful for Sartorial. Does have greater Arcane Conduit, though, so he's definitely not suffering too badly for it. It's a really nice Gaze of Fate, locking down the Severed Claw and just keeping them stationary while the Javelins poke them from the off angle is awesome, awesome decision-making. Meet with a really nice value lead so far. And the Knights of Immolation getting hammered that time by the Soul Grinders. Massive HP damage on those guys. They do get into combat here. They're going to get a really nice trade against the Soul Grinder. Oh my god, is this Tzeentch's Firestorm? What kind of damage does this do to the Knights of Immolation? Wow, it actually does an obscene amount of damage. Wow, cleaving through those guys. Couple that with the Soul Grinder peeling for his brethren here, and the Knights of Immolation just get absolutely annihilated. Oh, dearie me. Brutal engagement over there. We've also got Shrieking Skyrays and Centaurs of Tzeentch attacking the other Doom Knight. Now, this Doom Knight's doing alright, but I don't think it's going to be able to win this trade without some assistance. There's nothing near it to help out either. I think this might have just been a case of Rogue going for a very off-meta type of build, thinking that his opponent wouldn't be prepared for it, but so far Beat has been more than a match for the tools here that AI has thrown out. The double Soul Grinder alone is a pretty nasty set of units for all of these large targets to handle. You can see the Doom Knights over there going down. To the Centaurs, you're going to get a really nice Searing Doom onto the Centaurs of Tzeentch, taking them down to about half HP, which is all well and good, and then we get a really awesome Final Transmutation over the top of this as well. Not overcasted, though, so the Soul Grinders are going to be able to survive this. It has evened up the value tremendously. Severed Claw's somehow still in here, getting some great work done. Furies come in and clean up one of the Horsemen. Definitely want to chase that off the Furies now. Centaur of Tzeentch over here, though, for Rogue AI, getting flattened by the Shrieking Skyrays and the other Centaur of Tzeentch that Meat has out on the field. So, great engagement on that front. AI's hanging around, though. Is this going to somehow work its way out to be a comeback here? I don't see that being the case, but Sartorial is really healthy, and one Soul Grinder is crumbling out here. Ooh, rallies at the last minute, but oh, it's going to start crumbling again. It's just being a bit of a tease. Centaurs of Tzeentch hammer home with a decent charge, but instantly terror out, thanks to the terror provided by Sartorial. Always really good to have a source of terror on the field, in my opinion. Especially for the Chaos factions, it's kind of a requirement in my book to have a single source of terror so that you can use your superior mobility to kind of chase stuff down. All of the Chaos factions, because of Furies, have a really easy time of just hounding units into oblivion off of the points. Really nice Gaze of Fate here. Oh, and it's going to be followed up by Tzeentch's Firestorm and the Javelin Fire. Man, you know, Chosen are a great unit, but when your opponent brings good tools to answer them, they turn into a bit of a pumpkin right at midnight. Although that Firestorm does not get a tremendous rotation. It does kind of miss the Chosen as they move away here, but it got decent enough damage. I think that the Javelins have plenty of ammo to finish these guys off. Add on to that fact that Kairos is just going to drop another Firestorm here in a little bit. There's like nothing on the field for AI, which is the problem. He's going for this crazy tall build, but because he had to dive into the backline so early, he hasn't been able to maneuver around the way he wants. And a lot of his units are just being ignored while others are being cleaned up. So he's not getting a critical mass of these elite units on the field. And Meat is just triple capping him because there's nothing that can actually hang on to the objectives right now. Kairos is getting some great value. He's got 2,000 here, and he gets an awesome Searing Doom off on some of the Javelins here. Fury's going to engage, and they're probably going to clean up the last of these guys, which means the Chosen are going to be a little uncontested over here, which could be a little bit of a problem. Definitely want to move the Marauders back to the #1 so that you've got enough cap weight there to keep it held against AI's Chosen. Chosen back here, recapping the home. Gotta move off of this, though. You're just down so much value. Or down so many tickets, not so much value. The ticket situation is just brutal here for Rogue AI. Is going to have to get a triple cap this game to win this. I don't know how that's going to happen. Severed Claw being deleted by the Tier 3 army ability for Meat is definitely not helping matters. It's just really nice patient play. Zangors are fighting the Chosen. They're just going to be tickling these guys. I wouldn't really imagine they're going to get a whole lot done. Rogue AI bringing out the Changebringers now, finally getting a true heavy hitter on the field to kind of nuke some of these units down. I think it would have been better to bring it out as your first summon, actually. I know the Soul Grinders are kind of scary, but here's the thing. You've got the Doom Knights, so what you do is you just wait, you cap your home objective, you just move the Severed Claw forward to draw fire, then you dive with all of your Doom Knights, Sartorial, and everything, and have the Changebringers following that up. And the Changebringers actually nuke the Centaurs off of your units engaging onto the Soul Grinder at that point. And I think you might have a much better go at sniping the Soul Grinders out early if you play it that way. If you're going for these elite builds, you need to be super focused on the value trading. You need to be able to fire and maneuver against your opponent even when they have some answer units out on the field, right? Seen some really nice Searing Dooms out of Sartorial. This one whiffing a little bit. He's going to be jumping into the trees and hopefully getting back up in the air. A little bit of a bad idea to rotate him into the forest to try and escape. Because he does lose speed as a large target. You should instead try to retreat through the Zangors in the open field and back up into the air that way, because you won't be at risk of just getting run down by the Zangors. Zangors do have a charge speed boost that gives them close to 50 foot speed when they're trying to charge units down, and with that, they're staying close enough to Sartorial. Actually keep him locked down on the ground here. Another beautiful Gaze of Fate and then Tzeentch's Firestorm combo here, and brutalizing the Chosen this time. That Tzeentch's Firestorm, most effective one we've seen so far. 1800 out of Kairos up to this stage of the game. You can see that the double cap is still held very much in full. I think we can just fast forward through this one. The Rogue is just so gassed. Doesn't have the tools and units on the field. The Chosen just can't lock down the points when they're just fighting a million infantry units and there's so much cap weight that's just moving around, making sure that they can't hold on to anything. Can't even cap it to begin with. This is a really nice engagement onto Kairos. You get a really good Plague of Rust to lower his armor from 50 down to 16, and then you get the Doom Knights on top of him, or down to 6 actually. The Doom Knights with their good stats and anti-large actually chewing through Kairos, but he does get a little bit of revenge with the Firestorm. This isn't going to be the end of the world for meat here. You're also watching your Horsemen and the Soul Grinder finish off Sartorial, so trading out the Lords is obviously going to work out to favor the side that's got the objectives to begin with anyways. So we see a very odd build from Rogue AI. He played pretty well with it, all things considered. I think that the summon priority was a little bit backwards, though. I think the Changebringers needed to come out immediately. You just have to take advantage of the fact that you have an Air Force edge early on. If you can use those Changebringers to just really bully the Soul Grinders and anything that might be trying to like hammer down your diving tools, that's what you really need to go for. Just keep them on the move. Use them also as a distraction tool, because your opponent's going to use these Marauder Horsemen to try and charge down the Changebringers. If you can just bring the Changebringers forward, and then your opponent sends all of the Horsemen to go chase these guys, and you pull them back in good order and health, it leaves the Soul Grinders unsupported then still. You've also got the Searing Dooms that can be dropped on Centaurs as well for a little bit of protection on your dive. There's definitely some things you can do here. But I do have to say that Meat's army was pretty perfectly suited for a counter there. Dude, people are going crazy with these builds today. Oh my goodness. Those Empire builds going hard against Bretonia. We'll have to check this one out a little bit later. We'll definitely get around to it. I'd love to see some Nurgle or Lizardman Dowie. Coast vs. Kislev, actually. Let's see what Suga does here. Got double Little Grom against another artillery faction, which could be a little iffy. Carronades can be a great counter to Little Grom. They're a little inaccurate, though. Little Grom is a very accurate artillery piece, while Carronades can be a little spotty in terms of how often they're hitting the opponent. Some good positioning on the Little Groms should make them damn near untouchable, though. Decrepit Moor is just a really nice arty map, especially for single entity artillery. Like I said, you just have them sit up behind the shot blocker here, kind of like back here, and they have plenty of range to be able to hit the number one. And because of the way that you know, people bring units out of the deploy zones, if you have your artillery positioned here behind the shot blocker near your home point, your opponent's going to be advancing with their infantry in enfilade, which means that the Little Grom is going to be able to get shots down the length of entire units, which is going to be a disgusting value if you actually hammer them. You can do the same thing. Well, this is the Vampire Coast. Whoopsies. But you can still do the same thing from the other side as Kislev. You know, just move them up. Have them shooting here, keep some units to protect any push through the trees, which should favor Kislev as well, because just have like an Armored Kossar and a Kislevite Warrior in there, and your opponent's never going to get through them. Deckhand mobs and Polearm mobs are just not going to get it done. Handguns can't really shoot into trees either, which means your opponent has to bring up Mournghouls, who are going to get debuffed in the forests, and then you can just have the Kislevite Warriors take the fight. Blah, blah, blah. As long as you've got that forest protected, the Little Groms should be able to feast here. They can also just rock forward and just hammer the animated Hulks and the handgunners here if they want to, though. It's just one Carronade. You could probably also just win this artillery duel outright in the early going. Hammer this artillery piece before the other one is in position. Zombie artillery is obviously abysmally slow. Little Grom is decently quick enough to be able to get the decisive positioning edge early. First shot from Little Grom actually missing and not hitting the artillery pieces here. Instead, it hitting the crew, so the carronade's getting the slight edge early on here. Little Grom down about 1,000 HP. And follow-up shots continuing to miss the actual carronade models. You need to actually hit those and kill them. I don't know if it's because they're on a incline here. Firing up and down hills can mean artillery loses some accuracy because they fire high or low, just depending on the elevation that they're trying to hit. And I think that's been the big issue for the Little Groms. They just keep hammering into the same areas. They've only killed one model. I think it's time to split fire. I think the Little Groms' accuracy issues are equaling out to being a really nasty problem for Kislev. I don't think it's worth continuing this duel. Unless you can get a Patriarch out and heal up this very low piece. This guy just needs to get behind the shot blocker now. The other one should as well. Cut your losses. You've done enough damage to one of the carronades that I think you're in a decent position. Although now that I'm saying it looks like the Little Groms find their pacing here a little bit. Move forward, dodge a volley, and are going to be able to crumble out one crew. Just leave that and get this other one in record time, maybe. Down to only one carronade model here now. Alright, I mean, it went from looking grim for Kislev to looking amazing in just a couple of shots. All things being equal, Little Grom eventually finds its way into value. May not always look pretty, but damn, oh man. These things just thump. When they hit, they just shred. You got one carronade model left. That's not going to be enough to finish either of the Little Groms off. Oh, this is going to be really brutal for the Vampire Coast now. You can see they have to move up. They're getting split really badly. They've got a massive open space between their formations here. See, they've got a nice little position here and a decent number of units here, but you've got some very nice harass from the flank. Horse archers just poking away at the deckhand mobs, which really is honestly pretty effective use of their time. While they may not value trade amazingly, what you do here is you just poke down the pole arms with the horse archers early. You get these guys really low so that your infantry can just kind of waddle forward, eat some damage from the handguns, and still get engaged into a winning fight. And then you use the horse archers to harass the backline. Use them to charge down the handguns at that point. Little Grom's just bullying the animated Hulks who are crying. I mean, if Undead could cry, they'd be doing it right about now. Down to 5 models. Little Grom is never going to run out of ammo either, by the way, just because the Druzhina has restock. If you're going to go double Little Grom, I always recommend a Druzhina because you will just chuckle like an absolute lunatic as Little Grom gets you upwards of like 2,000 plus value very consistently that way. Looks like some scurvy dogs came up into the back line. Looks like they were trying to dive the Streltsy here, but Dervishes and the Frost Maiden able to clear the scurvy dogs off really quickly. And then this Dervish unit actually is able to get a really nice rear charge onto the Mournguls. Mournguls have no support here. Mournguls need infantry underneath them to value trade effectively because their very low armor leaves them quite vulnerable to just about everything. The buffering from the deckhand mobs is their key to success. You can see here getting charged down by 2 fairly inexpensive cavalry units is going to leave them in a really rough spot. Great summon from Noctilus up onto the Streltsy here. So he has Pit of Shades. He does have Pit of Shades. I would recommend a Pit of Shades here. Just to kill this Streltsy, it would be pretty incredible. Although, using it on the Watchman and the Knight ain't a bad call either. You do have the wacky inflatable arm man here. He's going to do some pretty good work against these guys, but just to hold on to that point, which you do desperately need to be playing right now, I can see the use case behind throwing the Pit of Shades onto this very annoying chaff clear tool. Streltsy, though, are going to be a problem. They're holding up very well under all this pressure. There's just not a lot of damage incoming to them. You got the Winged Lancers in here that have run down these Fellbats without any problem. They could bounce out here and get rid of the Scurvy Dogs, too. You got another Streltsy incoming. A lot of Kossar pressure moving up now. The Kossars really aren't doing a whole lot. The little Groms have gotten some really nice value, but I think maybe Kislev is overpressing here. Do have the value lead. They've got Dervishes incoming. They just need to kill the handguns. I mean, killing deckhand mobs is all well and good, but the real meat and potatoes of any Vampire Coast build is going to be their gun line. If you can kill the gun line, then you're basically guaranteed a win if they have to trade into you in melee combat, because outside of Mournghouls and Depth Guard, they don't really have any good tools. Wacky Inflatable Arm guy is doing some good damage, but he is getting a little beat up by the Horse Archer fire. He is also a very low armor unit, so getting hammered by these guys who are just waiting off to the side, as well as some Streltsy focus firing, is really ugly for the Vampire Coast here. Leadership breaks on this bad boy. He's probably going to crumble out here. Just a couple more volleys, and he's going to be unsalvageable. Drugina and the Groms are anchoring here. You can see a lot of units crumbling out for the undead as well. And a really nice Hawks of Miska on top of the handgunner back here. Excellent damage. Lowering the leadership, getting them to crumble a little earlier than they otherwise would be. Taking them down to half health, allowing the Armored Kossar unit here with their pistols to open up, and definitely going to help wear them down. Things in the Woods grinding through some deckhand mobs, not really their finest engagements. It's just not what they want to be doing. The Things in the Woods should only be used against Depth Guard, in my opinion. They're a specialist counterpiece here. Otherwise, they're just going to run into the deckhand mobs, and deckhand mobs just have too much HP for Things in the Woods to get through. Things in the Woods have 6,000 HP, but when they get surrounded by these zombie units, they can't defend from every angle. So they just take steady and consistent poke damage, as you can see here, which is just going to wreak havoc upon them at the end of the day. If you bring them in to counter the Depth Guard, though, that's where you'll see them shine, because they absolutely shred through elite infantry units like this. They're just not good into chaff. I've tried them in a lot of 1v1s, and they're an uptrade tool. They're a cheap unit that is designed to uptrade against a very specific archetype. Winged Lancer's doing great here. You've got a good cap from Kislev on the middle. The Hawks of Miska have been really gross. They have been shredding through the zombies. The value on the Frost Maiden is really not looking that impressive, but you gotta consider all the crumbling this is causing. You can see it's actually causing disintegration on this deckhand mob. There's a lot of model kills that she's not being attributed that really should be credited to her. And Kislev is Suga overpressed a little bit onto the home objective of his opponent here, I would say. I don't think you really needed to move up. I think you could have just strong pointed both of these objectives. But with the good magic usage from Kislev over here, you've seen some good enough value trades that Kislev's able to lock down the #1 again. Polearms, the Depth Guard polearms are moving up, but there is one Streltsy with 54 models that can hammer them a little bit. Oh, the other one's on the point too. It's got 49. Suga definitely should just focus fire here with the Streltsy and little Groms onto those Depth Guard, and you should be just fine clearing it out. Little Grom here, dive from the Scurvy Dogs, finds a home here. So Little Grom is taking some damage, but it's a heavily armored artillery piece. Not a lot of damage coming through from the Scurvy Dogs. This is an anti-infantry piece as well, technically. It's got a bonus versus infantry of 20, and now with some Kossovite dervishes arriving, gonna be 90 Knight. Scurvy Dogs, they crumble out in record time. Mornghuls make it home now, but armored Kossars with their pistols and some tattered Kossar with their bows and their swords are going to be forming enough of a bulwark that they're probably going to be able to crumble these guys out easily enough. Dervishes charging the depth guard and the gunnery mob here, just stuff the depth guard back and keep the gunnery mob from being able to poke anything. Now that the Mornghuls are cleaned up, I would just have the armored Kossars trot into melee contact here. That way Little Groms can just use their last few shots. Been doing great work, man. I mean, they just kept the gun line very honest. You can see that the value trading is looking pretty nice. Again, you gotta be careful about over-focusing targets. The reason that one of these Little Groms is not done all that well is honestly just because it was missing so many shots against the carronades. Here on the latter end of the game, it's gotten some pretty effective value trading. More Winged Lancers on the way in. Streltsy do get beaten off by the Fellbats. Fellbats come in the late game here and actually are able to clean these guys up. Winged Lancers, though, going to countercharge the Fellbat as it tries to land on the other Streltsy, which is very low, but Winged Lancers are an excellent counter to these lightly armored flyers. Take them down, absolutely easy peasy. We do get a cap here, though, on the number 1 from the Vampire Coast. Depth Guard with polearms are fairly healthy here, too, though. Winged Lancers holding up the momentum of some Mornghuls back here, but Kislev might be able to push the number 3 now. You can see the mobility problems for the undead really starting to rear their head. Just don't have any quick mobility tools to be able to answer pressure onto positions that are being worn down slowly over time. You know, you can maneuver your deckhand mobs forward, but retreating is almost impossible with undead units because of how slow they are. They're kind of just trapped out here on the number 2 now, and Kislev with their quick units are able to just answer this no problem, while still being able to put pressure down onto the number 3 at the same time. Winged Lancers getting engaged on by the Depth Guard polearms. Going to be really rough for them if they don't get out of here. Good response. They're trying to pull away. They need to get out this other side, though. Instead of retreating in this direction, where they're running through all the Depth Guard, press spacebar, guys. Spacebar is your best friend in chaotic situations like this, where you've got a lot of mobility that you need to be maneuvering around very clearly. Hit it, see where the enemy models are, and then give them retreat orders away from the heart of units so they don't take a bunch of damage on the retreat pathing.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Get a nice cleanup on the number 2. Kislev's definitely going to have the teeth to be able to advance up on the number 3 here. They're a little beat up, though. They need to get this cap. They cannot just win on a single. It's very close. Whichever side is going to be able to anchor the objectives here is going to be the one that wins. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I think you go for the number 1. You can hammer this Depth Guard as it's maneuvering in the open field. You can easily run down the gunnery mob as the Mornghuls are kind of distracted over here. Watchman of the Night, just bum rush this back point, actually, or the number 1, instead of going for the number 3, where your opponent is continuing to commit units out onto it, developing out a decent position and number of units. That might be a little bit better. You can see the cap weight is flipping for Kislev, but I don't think they've got any more Hawks of Miska, so they have nothing in the late game to clear any of those bodies. You've got to commit a 700 gold unit to defend your home. I would just avoid doing that. You just have to be able to pressure all of the points here to keep the undead from being able to continue to just pile bodies up on that home objective of theirs. Somehow Fabrosi hanging on here, man. This is really impressive, honestly. Vampire Coast can run into a lot of problems in late-game situations like this, but Fabrosi, with just very patient play, has been able to develop enough units to keep Suga off of the points, and I think is going to be taking this game here. That back pressure is just faltering so horribly as they run into the animated Hulks and the Mornghuls here. With all of the bodies, this is the first time this game that I've seen the Mornghuls and the Hulks actually have an infantry presence underneath them. And, you know, this is where they value traded the best. This Mornghul's paid for itself really nicely. And has, you know, almost its full complement of models and a nice chunk of HP remaining here. Scurvy Dogs are going to get a rear charge into the things in the woods. Going to debuff that leadership. Looks like it might not be a rear charge. It's just a flank charge, but lowering the leadership nonetheless. And these guys could be routed by the Mornghuls. It's not going to matter. The Pirates of Sartosa at a massive value deficit, able to lock it down this game. Going to be taking a win here. Pretty incredible. Look at this Mornghul with all the arrows sticking out of it. It's actually got one going through. Oh, it's it's technically going through its cheek. It's pretty funny. I love Mornghuls, dude. They look so freaking nasty. The little, like, the disjointed jaw deal that they have is pretty terrifying. They got that ratty looking, like, Smeagol hair too. $2,700 value Noctilus. You know, Noctilus is one of those characters that really goes under the radar. There are ostensibly more cost-effective options that you could bring, but he is really tough to kill. He's got much better stats than the Fleet Admirals. He's got way more HP, better armor. He's got Wraithstorm, which is a really powerful item, or it's an ability, I guess, technically. You get 3 charges on it. If you use it right, it'll get you about 600 value, so about 200 for each. So excellent return on investment from it. He's got a good lore of magic in that it's blended. It gives him a summon. It gives him Invocation of Nehek and Van Hel's Dance Macabre. You've also got Pit of Shades and Melkoth. He's got almost all of the good spells that you could possibly want. If you're playing undead. Heal Summon and Mobility Control is pretty goated. So, even though you're paying a premium for him, getting 2,700 value out of him is aces. Awesome to see. I think the little Groms could have been utilized maybe a little bit better. You know, as much as I love double Grom, I think this is a matchup where you don't want to bring the double. I think you're better with a more standard Kislev build against the Vampire Coast. You just bring tons of archers, and just shoot down all the lightly armored stuff. Just, like, max out the Kossars in armored Kossars, and the Vampire Coast just has an awful time clearing all of the bodies. I do like including Winged Lancers, though. They're a good tool to have. Kossovite Dervishes, I would maybe cut one of these guys out. Just have 2 things in the woods. 2 of them is fine. Yeah, just for the depth guard. Because the depth guard would be about the only thing that you're really fearing. Crazy game, dude. You play to win the game. And this is how you win the game. You play the objectives to the ends of the earth. Yeah, I agree, Ross. After Kislev's gotten some extra stuff, especially after Kislev's gotten all their buffs and everything, they've definitely been able to fill out their armies a lot better to actually deal with the undead. You know, Kislev did have some troubles back in the day against them, but stuff like Frostworms, the Incarnate Elemental actually has a pretty good matchup into vampire counts, I've found. It's not amazing, but for Kislev, it's really good. The Beastmen can bring incarnate elementals, and it's really bad against the vampire counts. But because of Patriarch healing, it actually does some extra good work in that matchup with its good mass, perpetual damage, and whatnot. The fact that it can get heals is really awesome, too. Before that, Kislev was just relying on their armored knights and their magic for all the damage. And they could definitely run out of steam in domination mode, but now they've got a wide variety of options that they can throw out that are just really hard to answer. Hell yeah, Pancake. That's awesome to hear. We're going to move on from round 1. We've been casting a lot of the same map. Love to be able to see some people bringing some different stuff onto another. So we're going to get some round 3 and round 2 games going now. We'll come back to these other matches, though. I'll find some time to be able to cast all of the new player tournament games over the course of the coming week. Just so I have something to do. I'm going to do that, and I'll probably stream Menace at some point. I mentioned it earlier in the stream. Go check it out on Steam. There's a demo for the game Menace, which I'm super excited about and definitely going to be covering upon full release. I'm just going to be streaming the demo a little bit. It's a really cool one. It's got a lot of replayability, I found. Let's move on to two of the people that I anticipate being favorites to win this tournament. Bird has been in the semis a lot lately on the Lizardmen. Really strong player, somebody with a very good foundational understanding of this faction, which can be very tricky. Lizardmen are a faction that I see people bandy about as a good beginner faction, but I very much disagree with that. Lizards are a very, very versatile faction, but their versatility comes with very skewed units. And what I mean by that is that their units are very specialized in what they're good against. So learning the Lizardmen is a little bit of a longer process than going in and playing something like... what are the really... Like, Khorne is a really good beginner faction because it's very straightforward and basic, and the units are all very, like, strong across the board. They've got specialist tools that don't just fold up at the first sign of danger. Slaanesh is a really good faction for beginners. They're just crazy strong. A lot of the Chaos factions in general are just really good for beginners. The Lizardmen really need to play on top of their magic usage and their skirmish play if they're gonna win games. Bird has put in the practice, though, to be able to utilize those, so I'm very excited to see that. And Empire for Hire, another very strong player who's been branching out a lot in these new player tournaments. Hasn't won one yet, but I assume will be able to win one soon with one of the 3 factions I've seen them playing. They've been playing some Kislev, they played quite a bit of Ogre Kingdoms. I think they've also been playing Empire, of course. I mean, as the name would suggest. Pretty sure some of their first tournaments were with those guys. But I think the name fits the Ogre Kingdoms really well, because, I mean, that kind of is what the Ogre Kingdoms are in a nutshell. They may not be an empire, but they're just wandering mercenaries, so they're always on the lookout for a good job or two. Chameleon Skinks grabbing points, really smart play with them. I love Chameleon Skinks. They are actually a little vulnerable against the Ogre Kingdoms, though. Believe it or not, Leadbelchers are just an exceptionally strong counter to Chameleons. The reason for that is even though Chameleon Skinks have 40% missile resistance, the damage from the Leadbelcher ammunition is so strong that it still kills Chameleon Skink models pretty effectively. Plus, the spread out formation actually hurts them against Leadbelchers a little bit. Leadbelcher's just incredible against infantry, period, but these spread out formations get hurt just as badly as tightly packed ones do against them. So we got some Noblar Flingers opening up on the Skink Priest of Heavens. Really need to play more safely with him there, Bird. You've got all these Coldwind Spear Riders, and they just charge down Pigback Knights, which is honestly a really scary proposition for them. Pigback Knights actually have some chops to them, and then when you back up your Pigback Riders with Ogre Bull dual weapons, Ogre Bull dual weapons on Pigback Knights are a nightmare matchup for pretty much any unit. Any single unit cannot tackle a position like this. Pigback Knights with the dual weapon bulls counter everything, because there's an anti-large bonus on the Pigback Riders, there's an anti-infantry bonus on the Ogre Bulls, and they both buffer really well for one another, with like decent enough stats and damage output that they just kind of clown on everything. It's been kind of fun. I've been playing Ogre Kingdoms a little bit. I haven't played much on stream, I just haven't really been super inspired lately to do so, but I played a game here or two, here or there. I've been playing a lot of Ogre Kingdoms in that time, and been enjoying them again. You know, they've been pretty overpowered for up and down at various points in the game's lifespan, but they're in a pretty good spot nowadays. They've definitely got some matchups that are give and take. This is a really good engagement for Bird. Excellent punish on the Iron Guts here. The Iron Guts over pursued. This is something that happens with Ogre Kingdoms players a lot when they're maybe a little bit rusty, or maybe just not respecting their opponent the way that they need to. Because of how quick the actual bull units are, you can very quickly end up with them out of position and away from their Noblar support, which they really need in order to win matches. And losing 2 Iron Guts is especially bad because these guys are almost 1,100 gold apiece, I'm pretty sure. I think they may have maybe 1050 now. Nonetheless, having them get isolated and then killed without really accruing any value for you is a big problem, because that's going to make it very difficult to clear the Saurus Spears. Saurus Spears get into a really good position, and the Leadbelchers get wrecked by that Hand of the Gods. Beautiful use out of that. Could have been a little bit more devastating on these guys, but it does take out about 1/4 of their HP, and then Krokkar actually gets engaged on top of them. He's got all his buffs popped here. Colossal Strike, Spawning, and Swiftness, so very nice time for him getting engaged on the kind of units that he really wants to hammer down. Noblars on top of the Umbral Tide. Umbral Tide with some pretty decent value so far. About 400 here, not looking too bad. We've got a really nice flank going off here. Spear Riders with Feral Cold Ones chasing down the remaining Iron Guts, and also collapsing on the Leadbelchers in the same breath. Same from the other side. This is a beautiful pincer movement here. That's how you isolate missiles for the Ogre Kingdoms. You pull apart their front line, punish overextended, expensive bull units, and then you just go deep onto the Leadbelchers and shred them from there. And now the Ogre Kingdoms don't have anything to protect their Giant. This Giant's actually not a bad summon here. Giants actually have teeth nowadays, especially for factions that can heal, and Ogre Kingdoms do have a Death Mage here, which may make you think that they don't have a way to heal the Giant, but those who have played the Ogre Kingdoms before know that they have a tier 3 army ability that is a disgustingly huge heal. It's like 30%, give or take. On something like a Giant that has 12,600 HP, you can get these things crazy low on health, and the Ogre Kingdoms will just heal up their big single entities and make you cry. And they can do that at any time if they use their army abilities right. It's one of the things that make them so strong, is that they don't have to bring Troll Guts to support their single entities. They can bring any and all of the magic lores available to them. Against the Lizardmen, I would say, you know, Fate of Buna is a really good spell against the Lizardmen, but mostly because it's actually really good against stuff like the Umbral Tide. I'm surprised we haven't seen Buna dropped on these guys. They've been a real pain in the ass for the Ogre Kingdoms. Their value isn't tremendous, but they're the unit that got these Iron Guts out of position. They went kind of deep trying to shut them down, and that's when the cohorts, or the Pok cohort and the Spear Riders kind of answered them. And now here in the mid-game, they're doing a great job of shooting Golg up. Golg is a very durable lord, and he does have his Bugman's Brew here, so if he just gets away and pops this, all of that work will have been for nothing. And while Empire is ostensibly down in value, here's what you need to consider, that Golg is about, he's about 1,600 with his items and abilities here. There's probably about 1,000 value tied up in him. You've also got that Giant out on the field. Giant's taking a little bit of damage. Mornfang Cav have as well. All of these units are still at fairly peak efficiency. It's really all about the number of entities left in these units that determines how effective they are, because Ogre Kingdoms are really dependent on their charge bonus more than anything else. If they're able to just charge home with tattered units that have, like, large numbers of their models remaining, they can still get some incredible value trades. But excellent focus fire here. These Salamanders are laying waste to the Mornfang Cavalry. These guys get iced out, massacred, and executed with absolutely no pity. I mean, figures that cold-blooded lizards wouldn't be caring too much about that. Noblar's over here looking like they're gonna break and run. They just don't have the support to be able to hang in here. Windblast has been used very effectively. I've seen some really nice ones to wear out the Noblar core. Krokgar is also very healthy. He could definitely get back into this game and go after Golg. Golg is not using his Bugmans. He had an opportunity when he was over here. He just needs to pull back more and pop it, and then he'd actually be able to move in. But now the Colossadon Hunters are on him. Very strong anti-large piece here for the Lizardmen. They're hounding him pretty closely. He's not going to be able to stay on the run the way he wants to either. Finally get a nice Buna in here. Oh, but it hits the Coldland Spear Riders. Definitely a misclick. I cannot imagine that was intentional. Probably trying to hit the Salamanders. And then unintentionally hitting the Spear Riders. And that's actually going to end in a tap out for the Ogre Kingdoms. Just a few mistakes from Empire here. Nothing egregious outside of the Iron Guts. The Iron Guts getting pulled out of position early and killed was massive. That was a huge grab for Bird here. Without those guys to anchor that middle point, that was where the Lizardmen were able to just amp up the pressure into the back line to a point that the answers were just not there for the Ogre Kingdoms anymore. The Butcher with the Death Magic coming in from reserve is not a bad idea. He's fairly affordable. If you just keep his spell kit pared down, he's usually around 1,000 gold. It's fairly doable as a first summon. But you do need some anti-large melee early. So maybe cutting these Iron Guts and mixing in a Mornfang Cavalry Great Weapon and getting another Ogre Bull Dual Weapon would be a good call. That should be affordable for the price of cutting these guys. I think that'll do you a little bit better. You don't really need Iron Guts. Iron Guts aren't a unit that the Ogre Kingdoms ever really are looking to use, in my opinion. The reason for that, and I'll just show you real quick why you don't bring Iron Guts. It's not because Iron Guts are a bad unit. They are actually pretty dangerous. But if you want a really good infantry clear tool, then bring the Man-Eaters. The Golg's Man-Eaters are disgustingly powerful against infantry. They massively outclass Iron Guts. They've got more melee attack at base. They get adaptive tactics. They're ITP. They Vanguard deploy. There's so much more in that package than... and for 500 more gold, I mean, that's a premium to pay for sure. But again, you can just pop heals on these Golg's Man-Eaters with their high leadership and HP. That's even better than the Iron Guts. They're a little bit more likely to actually have models in the late game for a tier 3 army ability on them. I played a game the other day against some High Elves, and a really good High Elf player where a man-eater unit that I had out on the field from the beginning of the game went through the entire match, and I think only lost like 1 or 2 models, and they got me almost 2,000 value. These guys are crazy good. Much better if you're looking for a really hard-hitting anti-infantry unit. The Iron Guts are in just like a weird, like, middle-of-the-road kind of deal where they're not that good against infantry. They're a little bit more specialist. You can see their bonus is only 5. The Man-Eaters here have a bonus of 16. And still have, you know, comparable melee defense. A little bit less than the Iron Guts, but that 2 extra melee defense is not doing them that many favors, right? If you need to clear, like, if you need numbers, then you go with the dual weapon bulls. If you need an elite, then you go with the Golg's Man-Eaters. And usually it's just best to do this. This is like the perfect amount of bodies for clearing out like skinks, zombies, or the High Elf Spearmen and whatnot. Instead of going Golg against the Lizardmen, I would recommend bringing a Slaughtermaster with either Lore of Death or Lore of Beasts. You bring Lore of Death if you want to use Fate of Buna on their Spear Riders and the Salamander Hunting Packs especially. Lore of Beasts is just really steady and consistent. You just pop Flock of Doom, you throw Pan's Impenetrable Pelt down every now and then on something like your Mournfang Cav or your Golg's Man-Eaters, and you just kind of rip, run, and roar at that point. And then if you're going for a single entity build, then you do Great Maw Magic with Troll Guts, and that's really it. Any of those lores can work really well against the Lizards. I think Golg is better in other matchups. Against the Lizardmen, he's an anti-infantry specialist against a faction that does not bring infantry-sized characters, usually. The only infantry-sized lore that you're going to run into on a regular basis is Oxyotl. And I think Oxyotl is okay against the Ogre Kingdoms, but I think that Krokgar is the better option. And if you don't see Krokgar, then you probably see, like, Mazda Mundi or somebody, and he's going to be, like, dropping heals and hitting mobile units with net and stuff like that. Banishment and Ruination of Cities can do some good damage. Although, actually, I don't know if you bring him. What do you do here? I think Krokgar is just the best option. Hand of the Gods is so good for hitting the back line. The Horned one gives him some really nice stats and speed, so that he can get into fights really quickly. And if you really want to go crazy, you can go on. You can bring him on Grimlock. Go super expensive Krokgar, which can actually work out really well because he does cause terror on the Carnosaur. He hits hard. He's got a huge HP pool. You can throw a Rev Crystal in reserve and just pop heals on Krokgar on cooldown. And he'll body Golg. I would be very careful about Golg here. The Slaughtermasters you just play really defensively with. Just keep them behind your front line and just have them pop magic all game. They've got a passive heal as well with Bloody Cleaver. So, if they do scrap against some skinks or something, they can get a little bit of healing while staying fairly safe and just be a support lord. Wanted to bring blasters rather than belchers to try and force all their kite closer. That's one way of doing it. Honestly, dude, for the Ogre Kingdoms, if you really want to bring something to force your opponent forwards, single Noblar Scrap Launcher is actually kind of scary. These things hit pretty damn hard. I've had a lot of success with them. Just one Scrap Launcher with a 420 range can really poke a lot of different types of units. It's multi-shots. It fires much quicker than a lot of other single-entity artillery does. And it can punch through numbers really well. Like, it can really wreck skink cohorts for how tightly packed they are. It can hammer the Saurus spears, most importantly. It can also poke cavalry pretty effectively. The shots are a little easy to dodge, like Cav will just move out of the way oftentimes if your opponent is paying attention, but it is micro that they have to allocate towards just avoiding damage, which can be really nice for forcing them out of position and then getting aggressive onto them. One of the best things you can do for improving your gameplay over time in domination mode is think about your micro as a limited and finite resource, because there's so many units on the field in these games, and because of the way the micro works in this game is very heavily emphasizing your individual decision making as a player rather than putting and shifting like retreat pathing onto the units themselves and the game's mechanics. You don't just press a retreat button and have your units run away from combat like you do in Company of Heroes, for example. You have to actually get in down on the level of those units and move them out of the way. That takes time and attention away from other areas of the battlefield. The more time that you spend making your opponent micro while you are just reacting based on what they're doing is going to give you a massive advantage over your opponent. You want to make them sweat where you're just slowly isolating units on the battlefield, picking and choosing fights that you're paying attention to and getting a huge edge in. And that's the way that you really get a value lead and an objective lead over your opponent, is just by playing patient and steady and not trying to overpress too many units at once and stressing yourself out. So we're going to get a round 3 game in here now. We've got KOTJ versus Zinch here. Rogue AI bringing a much more standard Zinch build here. Maybe not feeling inspired after the performance of the 5-unit flying circus from earlier. Shadow Warrior build here for KOTJ. I am just going to say that Shadow Warriors, while not a bad unit, pale in comparison to the Shadow Walkers. Shadow Warriors are respectable. They've got decent stats. They've got good range. Decently hard-hitting missile. You know, respectable AP on it. Good base missile damage as well. You know, solid enough reload time. But for 200 more gold, a Shadow Walker has better stats across the board pretty much. More leadership. I think more speed. And more melee attack and melee defense as well. Even gets a bonus versus infantry of 10, I believe. Plus they get, I think, a little bit more ammo. I think they have 24 ammunition as opposed to 20. And their missile hits harder and has poison on it. And it's only 200 more gold. Plus, this is not something that the game will tell you unless you look at the advanced unit cards on the website that shows you all the hidden stats, but Shadow Walkers are way more accurate than Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors have, like, normal bow accuracy. Shadow Walkers were a campaign exclusive, and they have a holdover missile accuracy that is equivalent to the Warhammer 2 days. And from Warhammer 2 to Warhammer 3, missiles took a huge nerf in terms of their fire rate, accuracy, and whatnot. They had some hidden stuff that was buffing them. And Shadow Walkers actually have the missile accuracy from Warhammer 2. Like the hidden buff that allows them to fire crazy accurate volleys off. They are really brutal to face down. So I always recommend them over a Shadow Warrior core. That's a lot to try and break down before the beginning of this game, but I think it's worth talking about. The Zangors are going to be a really nice piece here. I mean, they are going to anchor so well and just keep the Shadow Warriors honest. That barrier, the Silver Shield, going to be really hard to poke through. The armor is not that impressive on Zangors, but 50 is better than any less, obviously. I'm just going to mitigate about 20% of the base missile strength for whatever does actually get through onto them. They'll be able to just hold against this missile fire for ages. The Silver Helms and the White Lions are going to be a little bit more of a danger, but Zangors can scrap against White Lions pretty effectively. Considering White Lions are an 800 gold and Zangors are 650, it's a fairly even fight that, all things taken into consideration, should leave Tzeentch in a pretty favored position. As long as they don't just let these Lion Chariots feast on the Zangors, man. That's beautiful, beautiful damage. But that Searing Doom blending into the ground, that's something to keep in mind. Some of these spells on some of these maps, their strike radiuses blend into the background really nicely. You gotta be extra careful of that, and those Silver Helms just get absolutely smacked up by the cast here. So Sartorial probably got, oh my god, I got 1,000 value out of one Searing Doom, just about. I mean, it hit the Shadow Warrior and both Silver Helms, so that's really awful, man. And you get a really nice isolation with the Cynagors of Tzeentch on top of the Lion Chariots. These Lion Chariots just get deleted. And in no time flat, they're down and out for the count, man. KOTJ, looking a little sparse here with the pressure onto the Tzeentchian units. White Lions are grinding now. They will do a pretty good job of wearing out the Zangors, but there's a limited number of them, right? I mean, they can't kill all of the Zangors that are out here. So you've got the Silver Helms charging down some of the other ones on the flank, but not a lot of HP damage coming through here. Cynagors are coming in to push them back. Good response from KOTJ, though. Just getting away, trying to preserve those units. Get a Searing Doom coming in here. It looks like the Archmage of Metal from the High Elves dropping some magic and hammering those Zangors and allowing the White Lions to push through. Spawn coming in, the weird Spawn moving up and sundering the armor of the White Lions, going to help the Zangors out here immensely in the value trade game. You can see they've been struggling up to this point, but now the Spawn with their barrier and the decent weapon strength as well as lowering that armor is going to allow them to grind back some of that damage. Maybe give Tzeentch a little bit of time to work with holding this point. You can see KOTJ over pursuing here and allowing Tzeentch to hold that middle point when they could be capping it away from them. Fireborn coming in and pushing through the front line, doing a really good job of getting around all the Zangors here. You can see some Silver Helms also following up with them. Looks like they want to go and hammer down the weird Spawn. They need to be careful, though, because those Cynagors did escape. On half 30 models, they could turn around and with the Shrieking Skyrays answer the Fireborn really nicely. Very unfortunate miss from Sartorial, I'm guessing. Fireborn hammering them with Searing Doom is Value City, but it's going to be another like 30 seconds or so before you're able to throw another one out. And in that time, you can see the damage that they're putting down the Weird Spawn. Weird Spawn getting cleared out very effectively here. But we do have Sartorial and the Shrieking Skyrays moving in now. Fireborn, though, going to jump out, doing a pretty good job of escaping here. Losing some models, but it's not too terrible. They've got a third of them left. You can see probably another, like, 6 or 7 of them are going to get dragged down. But them at half health really isn't that bad. It'd be nice to have a heal for them, but the Metal Magic is the priority here for the High Elves. You see Shadow Warriors getting attacked by Furies. This is another reason why the Shadow Walkers are better. So the Shadow Warriors have good enough stats that they won't just get outright beaten by Chaos Furies, but they also don't clear them very quickly. Shadow Walkers with their anti-infantry bonus are a absolute nightmare to dive with Furies. Furies lose so hard to Shadow Walkers, it's not even funny. That's if Furies can even close the gap because of the Shadow Walkers' accurate volleys and poison shredding them on the way in. Shadow Walkers just don't have to worry about pressure the same way the Warriors do. The Warriors do not want to get charged by anything. It's just rough for them. The Shadow Walkers can be a little bit more independent, maneuver around a little bit more freely, and allow you to focus your other answers on the remaining units that your opponent has out. That can pressure your own backline, like their mobility, or for diving their backline if they have like a bunch of like bows or exalted pinks and whatnot. The Shadow Walkers can kind of run in, poke the backline, pull back, your opponent tries to dive. They can operate pretty independently and shoot up some of the mobility that's chasing them down. Anything shy of cavalry they can contend with pretty much. And I think it would be a little bit nicer for a late game like this. See, the Shadow Warriors just haven't gotten any value. I mean, they haven't been able to fire all game, pretty much. They've been hammered by magic. They've been running from Furies. All the while taking this steady attritional damage. And Tzeentch is just going to overwhelm the High Elves here. Now that there are no Shadow Warriors of any kind of note here, the Changebringers come in, really good decision-making, just cleaning up the last Shadow Warrior with any number of models worth worrying about. And now these guys are just going to hammer down whatever Illyrian Reavers, Lion Cavalry come out. You can see the Archmage is getting chased down by Sartorial. This is why Sartorial is one of the best lords for Tzeentch. Kairos is better as a pure caster, but if you want somebody who's got a good lore of magic and can also do an amazing job of fighting in melee combat in the mobility game, Sartorial is the way to go because he just shreds cavalry with Searing Doom. He's got Rock of Inevitability, which lowers melee defense speed and charge speed, which is also really good for hammering down elite cavalry, as well as going in against other single entities. Whether that's hounding down these caster lords who can't fight him, or if he gets to fight somebody who's otherwise really scary. Like, you can use Sartorial to go after characters like Astrogoth, for example, where normally Astrogoth is a really strong melee combatant and one that you don't really want to tangle with, typically. Sartorial, with his melee defense and speed debuffs, can get in on a character like that and really give them some horrific business. Another really good landing here. You got the Exalted Hero also harassing this character. No slot machine book. It's just got the Colossal Strike. There is an item that the Exalted Heroes have where it's got 3 randomized effects. One is a literal Fate of Buna, which can be really funny. It's a pretty expensive item. It's 200 gold. The other 2 random effects are really kind of bad, so you're really just gambling for free Bunas. It could be worth bringing against the High Elves, I guess.
There is only defeat.
Might be worth mixing in a future matchup. But if you just need the Exalted Hero for harassing characters and large stuff, just bringing him with Colossal Strike ain't a bad way to go. They don't really need anything, to be fair. The Exalted Heroes on the disc are good enough without anything to just be a super obnoxious unit. You see the Keepers of the Flame here, dude, just getting destroyed by the Changebringers, and that's gonna be a tap out from our High Elf player. That's definitely really discouraging, but there's definitely some things you can do here to even this out. Cut all the Shadow Warriors, bring only Shadow Walkers. I would even cut these Silver Helms and just go for Bowmen. The Illyrian Reaver Bow Cav is super effective. You can get 3 of those guys for the cost of 2 Silver Helms. You don't really want cavalry other than the Fireborn in this matchup anyways because of Searing Doom. It's just so powerful and dangerous for stuff like Silver Helms and Dragon Princes that you can't rely on it. I like the inclusion of the Arcane Phoenix. I like the White Lion Chariots in practice. I don't know if you need two of them, though. And Keepers of the Flame, as strong as this unit is against Tzeentch, I don't see them ever being in a good enough position to be able to grind the way that you're really wanting them to. Like, the magic damage really isn't that important for facing down Tzeentch, because Tzeentch's units, even when they have their Phys Res as demons, most of those demonic units are fairly squishy on the HP front. And they're really relying on their barrier to keep them alive. Like, Changebringers have 3,000 HP. Like, you poke through that barrier, and they're gonna start dropping models, like, it's hot, and it's gonna be really ugly. And Keepers of the Flame can't even touch those guys. You're better off just bringing more missiles. 2 Shadow Walkers, maybe some more, Spearmen? A couple Spearmen might be okay here. Because they can be one of your protection pieces for the Shadow Walkers while the White Lions advance up to fight Zangors. And then you can use them to kind of, press Synagors back. They can do a good job of poking down Skyrays and anything that lands on the ground, trying to dive your stuff. You can send them in to poke down the weird spawn at a premium. You could maybe even mix in Silverin Guards instead. There's quite a few things you can do here to maybe make this a little easier. Although Tzeentch is by no means an easy matchup for the High Elves, I will say that. I just think that going this deep into Shadow Warriors is always a mistake. They're just not that good in comparison to some of the other options that are available. Yeah, right. Tzeentch is not a particularly popular faction normally. We got 3 Tzeentch players here, which is crazy business. It's been a while since I've seen so many in a new player tournament. As long as you don't try to hit at 420 range with them, the catapults are good. That's true. The catapults are not super accurate at max range for the Ogre Kingdoms. They're much more accurate around the, like, 350 range. That's when they really start to hit. 250. They do better at the 300s than you might think. 250 is fairly close in. They will definitely get some pretty good shots off, but the scrap launchers have a bit of a they have a bit of a sweet spot, I've found, because of the way the scrap launcher arc of fire is. If the unit is too close, they fire over the top of them, and if they're at max range, they tend to fire short. So if you get within the like 350 to 250 meter range, that's where scrap launchers seem to be at their most accurate to me. That's my anecdotal experience. It's not like I've gamed that out to the nth degree, and that's the min-max, but that seems to be what is most useful for the scrap launchers. I'm not complaining Tzeentch is a favorite matchup for Khorne. True. Dude, Khorne is so good against Tzeentch, it's almost not even fair. All you do is bring the Hellforge Bellowers to keep, like, Changebringers and Flyers under control, and you profit. You just laugh and win. And then you can always mix Karanak in. Karanak just shuts down magic completely. It's really funny. You have to be a little careful as Khorne against Tzeentch. If you just leave the air totally uncontested, they will run over you with Changebringers. As long as you've got some Furies and utilize them well, though, Tzeentch has an awful, awful time in that matchup. I need to eat some of my food here. So I'm gonna go AFK for about 5 minutes while I eat, so you don't have to listen to me do that. And we'll get into some games after that. So I'll BRB, guys. Alright, I'm back, guys. Oh, baby. I've been doing, like, meal prepping for each week lately, and it's made a huge difference for everything, dude. Like, the kind of food you eat makes one of the biggest differences to your quality of life imaginable. It's definitely something that you should prioritize if possible. The only thing that sucks about it is like the day that I dedicate to meal prepping. It's basically all day cooking. But damn, dude, I've been making some absolutely fire recipes. I'm gonna self brag on myself here for a moment. Like what I made yesterday is this braised pork butt recipe with onions, potatoes, Campari tomatoes, all of it like simmered together for a couple of hours. It is divine. And it was fairly affordable. I went and got all of this stuff for about like $30, which is really not bad at all. And it's gonna last me like the whole week. If you live here in the States, that's a big deal because everything is way too fucking expensive because our president right now is a psycho and is busy playing power politics and destroying our economy and country. So affordability is actually something that a lot of people are stressed out about right now. But, you know, you gotta find a way to make it through, I guess, while also doing what you can to do what you think is right. So, anyways. It's just sad. It's sad times, man. I've been pretty bummed out as of late. It's been kind of hard to, like, get into the swing of anything outside of, like, the bare minimum of, like, maintenance and, keeping sanity together.
Skulls and blood and skulls, skulls!
That's what Pete Hegseth sounds like every day that you listen to him. Or maybe I would say Kirsty Gnome is probably more like Skull Taker in terms of personality. You know, it's funny when it's fantasy, but then you run into actual psycho warmongers in real life, and they're really just horrifying people that you would never actually want to spend more than 2 seconds in a room with. Really nice Gaze of Fate. Some really good overlapping fire from the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch here. An excellent unit for skirmishing against Khorne because of the magic damage that they throw out. They do a great job of punishing the very low armor and the Flesh Hounds. That Tzeentch's Firestorm, I would not ever cast that again on Flesh Hounds. They have 50% damage resistance to spells of any and all type. It is not worth it. Like, Kairos can throw out a ton of magic. Although he doesn't have his Scroll of Destiny, so he's got no extra WOM, really. So that's just 15 magic that you could be better spending elsewhere. Like, especially on the Chaos Warrior Halberds. They have 35% spell resistance, but the thing about the Tzeentch's Firestorm on these guys is it's got more of an opportunity to hit more models. It's gonna cleave through the unit a little bit better because the vortexes will, you know, spread out and actually have a little bit more to hit. The Flesh Hounds are just too speculative of an attempt, I would say. So, Meat is actually running into some problems here. The front line is not going very well. The Marauders just brutalized this Blue Horror over here. We got the Fleshhounds diving into the back line. They do get attacked by the Furies here, but it's 2 Fleshhounds with Skulltaker's buffs against a single Fury. It's not going to go very well for Tzeentch. And then the Fleshhounds could just go deep and chase around the Marauder Horsemen while Skulltaker and the Marauders clean up the remaining Blue Horrors here. And we do have some really good pressure going off with the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch back here, getting some javelins around the flanks of all these shielded Marauders, but Hellforge Bellowers getting some good shots in here, chunking through the shield, hitting onto the HP of the Marauder Horsemen, getting some good work done there. Really nice Tzeentch's Firestorm on top of the Marauders, but doing a little bit of friendly fire damage in the Fleshhounds, continuing to maintain their presence on the battlefield thanks to those Skulltaker buffs. Revel in Slaughter and Totem of Endless Bloodletting together are just so nasty. You get 12 extra leadership, 16 extra melee attack, and he just makes Khorne tick the way it was always intended. Now, I'm a little worried that he gets nerfed, honestly, because he is pretty obnoxious, but really I think they should just leave Skulltaker as is. Buff Valkia and especially the Exalted Bloodthirster a little bit. And just kind of leave Khorne as is. I mean, Khorne is in a pretty good spot in terms of balance. I don't think there's really a whole lot they need to do to change them. It would just be nice to see lords other than Skulltaker on occasion, because he's just way more powerful than all the other options. If Skulltaker wasn't as good as he is right now, I actually think Khorne would have a much worse win rate, honestly. Khorngor's on the way in. Got Synagores of Tzeentch hiding in the trees over here. One other is very beat up and off in the forests, holding put for the time being. Probably worth unsummoning that Synagore and finding another bit of supplies to bring in some infantry to try and grab some of these points. Khorne doesn't really have any high-quality infantry outside of these Chaos Warriors with the halberds out on the number 1. They're grinding down the Chosen pretty effectively. You know, the Chosen of Tzeentch has been holding pretty nicely in this 2v1, but it is a little bit foreboding to have to fight 2 armor-piercing units here, both of which have pretty good melee attack. The Chaos Warriors are tired now, but when they're at full vigor, they have 40 melee attack and pretty good armor-piercing weapon strength, too. They're actually a decent dual-purpose unit, and you can see the Chosen are getting ground down slowly but surely. Minotaurs don't have much value, but they are eating up some of the volleys from the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. All it takes is one slip-up, and the Minotaurs will get some wicked good value. They're a very high-impact unit. All they need to do is get a charge off, really. The worst thing for Tzeentch here is the fact that they have no answers for the Hellforge Bellowers or Skulltaker right now. This is why I don't like Kairos for this matchup. This is a Sartorial matchup. The reason you bring Sartorial is for Plague of Rust. All you do is cast Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. Searing Doom hits the infantry that Khorne has to wear them out, and then you use Plague of Rust on the Hellforge Bellowers and Skulltaker to debuff their armor by 60 on the Overcast, and you bring your Horsemen forward and just lay waste to these units. Without the armor debuffs, Skulltaker and the Hellforge Bellower are going to be impossible to kill. They are just going to grind through everything. Although the Changebringers could do a little bit of work here, they could definitely shoot down the Bellowers at the very least. They're almost in range. They just need to motor up here and start laying waste to this thing. Skulltaker is very healthy. He will be relatively safe for a little bit while longer. You can see a great volley there from the Changebringers. We need some Khorne Furies out on the field to go answer the Changebringers right now. They're diving some Blue Horrors currently, which isn't bad. I mean, they're going to be able to clean those guys up fairly quickly. Blue Horrors are awful in melee combat. Just 20 melee attack is really not doing a whole lot against the Furies. Even though Furies have pretty weak melee defense themselves, their damage output with the melee attack is just so vicious in the weapon strength. Oh my god, and a fat Sword of Khorne hammering the Marauders and the Blue Horse here, and getting a bunch of model kills too. at the very least on those blue horrors, so charging up a little bit more army ability usage for Khorne in the same breath. Get a really nice Gaze of Fate. The Tzeentch's Firestorm comes in a little late, but nonetheless, you can see how much work it does against these Khorngors. Those vortexes very well concentrated there, and actually one-shotting this unit is pretty disgusting. Skulltaker getting a little bit toasty here. Changebringers are hammering him right now, but the nice thing about this for Khorne is that Cloak of Skulls is active, so 20% missile resistance for Skulltaker. He does have a lot of extra armor, and that may not stop a lot of the armor-piercing damage, which these guys do have a majority of, but there is base missile damage and base explosive damage that is worth mitigating for that extra little bit of survivability, and that's kind of made the difference for Skulltaker surviving those 2 volleys. And now the Furies, they see how quickly those Changebringers melt. Furies have like 20 seconds, or 10 seconds even, of contact with those guys. And they just shut them down immediately. It's just game over for them. Khorngors coming out in numbers. Khorngors out of the Vanguard are just so strong, man. I mean, Khorngors have been up and down in the meta in terms of effectiveness. Right now, they're in a really good spot because they just motor up to points. It's a very mobility-heavy meta right now, and they just crowd out space and cap points. Occupy the attention of infantry, and then you just bring in some of your own mobility as Khorne to like kind of support the Khorngors, and you can kill just about anything. And Pancake has done a really good job of holding Tzeentch back, and Tzeentch hasn't even value traded poorly. But this is like the eternal issue. Of all of the factions that you don't want to have an even amount of value against, Khorne is probably one of the last factions that you can afford that against. Khorne is so good at taking even games and just making them feel like an impossible uphill climb. And that's just because of the good, that's just because of the high quality of the Khornate units across the board. Khorne typically falters if they get 2v1'd, but if they get isolated engagements with one Khorne unit against one Tzeentch unit, the Khorne unit is almost always going to win out. And now with units like Skulltaker to make those fights even more favorable, that's where the real power of this faction rests currently, is in the maneuvering phase. And getting isolated engagements against units. See Skulltaker and some Furies coming over to kill the blue horrors. You got the Khorngors. Honestly, they could just sit in the trees here. They'd be fairly well protected in that forest from blue horror fire and the horsemen. You see some Marauders moving up. Really good summons. Coming out from Death Pancakes. Going very infantry heavy this time. I've been seeing a lot more infantry-heavy Khorne builds, and seeing them work pretty well. There's definitely a lot of teeth to them. There's definitely weaknesses there, but they're far less exploitable than for a lot of other factions when they go really infantry-heavy. Skulltaker going after the blue horrors. They got Marauders over here as well. Kairos has landed on the ground, but Kairos is not good in melee fights. He just does not have the stats to fight somebody like Skulltaker. Again, that's another reason that you don't want to bring Kairos and instead want Sartorial. You can see here, we've got our boy. He's got the Horn of Khorne. He's also just buffing all of his boys up. You see 80 melee attack on Marauders, 62 on Khorngors. Kind of wild. Actually pushes Kairos off without any real need for the infantry assistance there. Fleshhounds are getting shot up by the Marauder Horsemen, but they're using quite a bit of ammo to finish these hounds off, which is fine for Khorne. They're just using these guys here to hold on to this objective as long as possible. They get one little charge off, they'll get a little HP damage on the Marauder Horsemen. Fleshhounds, if they actually get charges off on lightly armored skirmish cav, are aces at killing them. You can see that actually in their very tattered state, are able to drag down 11 of the Marauder Horsemen in just a few seconds of combat. Korngor's coming from the other side, pushing these guys towards the Vanguard spawn. So you could bring a Fury or a Fleshhound out right now and go after these two Marauder Horsemen, maybe. Not super important because you're holding the other two objectives. You can see Fleshhounds over here, helping crumble down the Marauders, and those Bloodletters, man. Bloodletters, super cost-effective. Even against a faction that has magic damage on all of their units, Bloodletters still got a little bit of an uptrade. 900 value out of an 800 gold unit, and they do that very consistently. The more Bloodletters you have, the more powerful they get, in my experience, because they are fast, aggressive, fairly hard to deal with outside of ranged options, and Khorne has tons of tools to swarm ranged pieces. So I do really like mixing in a couple Bloodletters in just about every matchup. There's a few that I don't think they're very good in, but that's pretty few and far between. I think this is one where I wouldn't bring them personally, but you can see even here, like, you know, Death Pancakes brought them and got something out of it. Really well played by Pancakes. Aggressive, not leaving any objectives without some kind of infantry presence, just forcing Tzeentch to play the entire battlefield and wearing them down, as Tzeentch just can't maneuver at quite the same pace and speed. And really, the biggest problem here was Kairos, as I said. The Centaurs were also just not it. They did not do a damn thing. They're a great unit, but Centaurs of Tzeentch in this matchup have to be a sweeper unit. The Centaurs have to be what you use to force the Minotaurs back and keep the Furies and Fleshhounds honest. They can't fight them alone. They need the support of your own Furies and Marauders and Blue Horrors and whatnot. If your Centaurs get caught out by a Fleshhound, Khorne is going to laugh at you as they uptrade. Centaurs of Tzeentch are 1,200 and Fleshhounds are 750, and they do wicked damage to Centaurs. So we are going to get back to our regularly scheduled programming in a minute, but I do have the Changer's Gambit tournament that I've been playing in. If you've stuck around with me for some of the other streams, you'll have seen a few of those Changer's Gambit matches. It's been a really fun format. For every win you get, you have to randomize 2,000 value in your starting and reinforcing army. I've got 2 wins now, so I'm going to be randomizing 4,000 value of my starting and reinforcing army here, which is going to be really cool. Any notes on things I should change in the Tzeentch matchup? Not really. That's about as much as you really need for Tzeentch. Like, the 1 Minotaur may be a little on the low side. I really love my Minos, but you had a ton of Korngors. And, like, 4 Korngors will be plenty of anti-large for anything, so I think just stick with what you have, Pancakes, because you executed that build really nicely. I wouldn't really worry about mixing anything else up. Just make sure you have the Hellforged Bellowers and Furies and can shut down Changebringers, and you're good. Tzeentch really can't stick with you otherwise. Need a Soul... Yeah, the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch are really good against Khorne. They can be a little hard to defend, though, because if you bring a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, that's a huge investment. And Khorne does have tools to actually kill those things. I mean, the Hellforged Bellowers and Skulltaker together can actually kill a Soul Grinder really quickly, because they have a lot of melee attack in tandem. Especially if Skulltaker just pops his Bloody Onslaught on the Soul Grinder, that will turn into a nightmare for the Tzeentch player really quickly. You have to be very careful of Bloody Onslaught. This debuff is gross. It's one of the strongest tools that Skulltaker has in a toolkit that is replete with wildly oppressive effects. Slayer's Sword is great. Honestly, Skulltaker is one of those characters where giving him all of his items isn't even a bad idea. Locust of Fury is probably the weakest of his abilities, and it's still pretty damn powerful. Like, I unironically bring Skulltaker with this kit on a regular basis. Cloak, Slayer's Sword, Onslaught, and Revel all just put down so much damage and work, man. So we're going to invite Nalnish to our lobby here. I'm going to ask him what map it is. We'll get back to the new player tournament after this. I'm just going to leave them to play all the way through the tournament. And we'll get the semis and finals replays, and we'll just go through those. That way we don't have to live cast anything and just sit and deal with lag and desyncs. It's been pretty bad lately, so I would like to not have to worry about that. And I'm sure the people who will actually be in those games don't want to have to worry about it either. Skulltaker is comically strong in some respects. You just can't really fight him in melee combat. He's pretty kiteable, though. He's really not that fast. 68 speed is good, but not insurmountable. He's got a lot of armor, which can make him a little tough to kill from range, but if you just have any kind of decent AP missiles, and you just play really effectively kiting around him and avoiding him, he can be kind of useless. That's why I'd really like to see the other Corn Lords get buffed, because I think if you buff the other Corn Lords, you won't just see Skulltaker all the time. Because really the only reason you see Skulltaker every game is because the other Corn Lords in comparison are so much weaker. Skulltaker can 100% carry a game for you, but there's a lot he can't do. Valky is really good still at kite matchups, where you can use her sparingly, not overcommit her, and she just helps out in your mobility fights and kind of chips down units on the flanks. Something that Skulltaker can struggle to do unless your opponent is really playing incautiously around him and just allowing Skulltaker to get into every fight that he wants. Alright, so I'm actually going to bring y'all over to take a little peeky at the picks and bans. So I don't even know what Nalnish plays, honestly. I think I'm just going to ban out some of the stronger factions right now that I don't want to have to fight. Probably Slanesh and Wood Elves. Those are like my two least favorite factions to play against right now. We'll take our main. Corn vs. Corn would be pretty hilarious, I have to say. I've played that mirror match a lot, actually. We're going to grab Kislev here. Yeah, we'll ban out Corn Kislev. Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev is pretty nice for Kislev. They've got some really good stuff they can do there. Do we take Beastmen? Oh, we're going to take Beastmen. Why not? I love the Beastie Boys. And we'll see what Nalnish is going to pick here. Norska. Okay. These are pretty tricky matchups for me. Norska's good into Corn and the Beastmen for sure. Kislev's a little trickier for them. You can always just ban out all the Norska matchups, though. I feel fairly confident playing a mirror match against Khorne or playing Khorne with the Beastmen. Warriors of Chaos can be a little tricky, but it's worth remembering that there's going to be randomized units. And the Warriors of Chaos roster is massive. So they could get a bunch of really crappy random units. Because of all the factions in the game, Warriors of Chaos probably have the most stuff that is not really very effective on their roster, which is a little bit awkward. Fight Norskas and Norska, man, I want to see them more. Come play Norska some more. We're always looking for new Norska players. Swap back now that we've seen the picks and bans. Okay, I'm player 1, so I get to ban the first round here. I mean, we're banning Khorne Kislev. It sucks for Kislev. It's not impossible for Kislev, but it's just really rough in the infantry fights, especially. Do it, Legion. I'd love to see it. I mean, they're getting the DLC, so study up on them now and have the leg up when everybody's coming back to the game and is rusty, man. I imagine when Tides of Torment finally comes out, whenever the hell that's supposed to be, because CA refuses to share info with the player base, it's going to be really good. You know, Total Warhammer is getting review bombed and everything right now. We've had Legend of Total War is, like, dipping out, doesn't want to play the game anymore, which, you know, sucks, but he's been playing Total War games for freaking ever, and Warhammer has been at the center of his life for 7 years now. That's going to be... anybody's going to get burned out when you're playing the same thing every freaking day. So I'm not surprised he walked off. It's just a shame that he did it around the same time that CA is getting back to some of their bad habits of not communicating, seemingly not playtesting their patches. So it's been pretty messy the last few weeks, but I mean, look, this is the time to just put the game down if it's frustrating you. Walk away, find something else to do, find other games. Come back to it when Tides of Torment comes out, and CA will probably be a little bit back more on track, hopefully. As long as the DLC release is not a total catastrophe, I think we're going to get back to basics. Tides of Torment comes... Yeah, probably. You know, Total Warhammer 40k will have been out for 5 years by the time we get Tides of Torment at the current pace. So Khorne Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen Warriors of Chaos got banned. Let's ban Norska Beastmen and who else do we ban here? Did we ban out our... No, we don't ban out our Kislev matchups. I feel really confident with Kislev against Warriors. Let's just ban out Norska. Norska is just so obnoxious, man. Their roster is really limited, and most of it is cost-effective, so... with me needing to randomize so much of my army and my opponent, if they don't have to worry so much about the randomizing factor, it's going to be pretty bad for me, I think. We'll see what our opponent's last 2 bans are, and then we'll pick between the last 2 matchups. Why you no swap? Oh, here we go, okay. This is what the bands look like right now. It's this little highlighted area currently. My faction's at the top, and on this side are null niches. He doesn't want to play Khorne Mirror. No, the Khorne Mirror is so fun. It'll be really hilarious being randomized, too. I do actively enjoy the mirror. I'm gonna play some Beastmen. I haven't played them in ages, so that'll be a really fun game. And I love playing against Khorne on Beastmen. Okay, we're on Bordalo Landing. So let me swap over that now. I'll get to my picks and whatnot in a minute. We're gonna hold off on that for a second. Okay, Nulnish only has to do 2k value on his forces. I'm gonna pick my army in a minute. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I love the Slaughterhorn tribe. That's my faction of choice. I really like the color scheme on them. So we got to auto-generate our army 2 times, and then we cut down from right to left our forces until we've got, you know, like roughly 4... We need to have 4,000 or slightly more that's auto-generated. Oh, okay. Alright, alright. Let's just pare the lords and the hero down for a moment. Oh, and I can't change mounts. Honestly, though, Wargore and a Razorgore Chariot really isn't bad at all against Khorne. We're going to go for a pretty bare bones Taurox. It's 19, 1250, 32, 3150. So, yeah, here's... Yeah, because that's too much. So we do have to keep the Khorngore. LMFAO. What the hell? Oh, LOL, my friend just signed me out. No, go away. It doesn't even matter. We're still in the game, so I'm gonna fuss about it later. Alright, now we gotta do our reserves. Oh, we got the good... No freaking way. We got a good lore of magic for Khorne. This is actually the one that I like going with, because of Devolve. Oh, baby, this is actually great. We got Mantle of Gorok, too. It's really not that expensive, either. We could bring a Bray Scream. It does damage. It's probably not that powerful, though. You spam Devolve and then Mantle of Gorok whenever you get an opportunity. Should be good enough. Our reserves are all over the freaking place, though. Okay, so we need that... Oh, we need the Synagore back in there. So we got 4,500 to work with on the back end. Some of these units aren't that good, but honestly, this is a pretty good starting point, all things considered. This could have been a lot uglier and less favorable looking. I think I can get the right kinds of units in here to have a pretty good time. Bring the Grog Hooves, they're really annoying and disruptive. A couple of Zangors. I don't think Unger Raiders are any good against Khorne, to be quite honest. I think they get run over way too freaking easily. So we're going to avoid that. I would love to have gotten a Gorbel, but we don't have one, so we'll console ourselves with a Cockatrice. They cause terror, they've got Petrifying Gaze. They're actually pretty good in combat. The poison is nice. They do a bunch of damage. It's going to be pretty fun to have them out. I'll throw in the Sons of Goros. Also a pretty good unit. You get one Bestigor herd. Actually, we don't need a Cockatrice because we do have Taurox. So let's go 2 Bestigor herd in reserve. Okay, so this is a fairly static army. It's not as quick as I would like it to be against Khorne. However, I think we've got enough heavy-hitting units here to dissuade Khorne from bullying us the way that they really want to, and can under some... Oh, that unit has to be in there. That's right. I can't swap that Synagore out, because it's technically part of the 4,000 that's auto-generated. Is there any way that I can swap in something else? Because I can't get rid of the Unger Raiders either. Gotta have all this. I think I'll just keep it the way it is. I've got the Chariots who are pretty good at running over infantry. Bestigors are pretty effective against a variety of targets. I've got mobility, not like tons, but enough that I think I'll still be able to hammer. Synagores are just really good at engaging and disengaging. I've got some Razorgore herd too. Pretty effective against most factions. The Rampage can be a little painful, but I think we'll be able to maneuver them well enough. Alright, let's get it going. And let's see what happens. It's going to be a wild game, dude. We're going to get back. Slaanesh is still pretty strong. They're not as oppressive as they were, but I think there is a good chance that with the Tides of Torment stuff, they just go back to being way too strong for domination mode. Slaanesh is actually pretty weak on the land battle side of things. Because you can just blob up there. You know, you just box up and Slaanesh can't really harm you at that point. In domination mode, you have to maneuver around. You can't just sit in a box and force your opponent into you. So that's why Slaanesh is so much better on the dom side of the equation. It fits pretty nicely for the Prince of Perfection, I guess, right? Like, you know, dom in any other context would be right up Slaanesh's alley. So, of course, they're good in the mode that's named after her favorite pastime. Alright. We got the Bloody Sword faction incoming for Khorne. I've got, I think this is also Torux's, faction in campaign, right? He is the Slaughterhorn tribe, yeah? Or is he the Bloody Axes? All of the Beastmen sub-factions get mixed up to me. They might as well be the same thing. So, my first summon is definitely gonna be my, caster. Devolve is going to be incredible here. It does so much work. It lowers melee attack, charge bonus, lowers leadership as well. And then Mantle of Gorok is just a massive buff. I mean, it's 40 melee attack and gives you 50% weapon strength while lowering armor, which, you know, Beastman not really known for being armored to begin with, so who even cares? Got Khorngors here, and we've got our Ungor Raiders, who will be a nice little response for us. I'm going to try and keep the Ungor Raiders hidden as much as... Not the Ungor Raiders, the Ungor Spear Herd hidden as much as possible, because they otherwise just get farmed for value. The Spear Herds, what they're good at is being a stalk spear unit that you can get Fleshhounds trapped in. Because Fleshhounds can be really dangerous against the Beastmen. They can really shred your Synagors if you're not careful. But they suffer pretty badly if they get caught up in these cheap little spear guys. So they're like a buffer piece. That's how I'm going to be trying to use them. Zangors and the Khorngors can fight a little bit better in the front line, but we're going to try and hammer and anvil a bunch here. We're not going to let Khorne just press us into a fight on 2 objectives if we can help it. I need to just stay disciplined so that that doesn't end up working against me. Is my game frozen? What the hell is going on right now? Hello? I have no freaking idea what's going on. Okay. Apparently I've just dropped for Nulnish. Give me a second. What the hell is going on? Okay, give me a sec, guys. I'm crashing out here, so I'm gonna have to restart the game real quick. It's not being responsive. One sec, guys. What the hell? Why are you doing this, Steam? Jeez Louise, man. I'm gonna have to restart my... Oh my god. I'm gonna have to restart my computer, guys. You're gonna have to bear with me for a minute while I try and figure out what the hell is wrong. It probably has to do with the fact that my friends signed me out in the middle of me playing. They've been playing through a game that I have. I don't think that they were 100% realizing that I was in the middle of streaming. Alright, I'm almost back. Okay, my army is still here. Okay, let me get Nalnish back in. This is super awkward. Okay, well he's got a code. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, Discord. Now Discord's acting up. This is what I'm talking about with Windows 11. It seems like I don't know what it is. I do have an older gen CPU, and I think that enabling the TPM on it is really messing with it for some reason. It just does not seem to be doing what it's supposed to the way that I'm used to. It's very obnoxious. It's driving me absolutely crazy. Alright, so let me remake my army. I had this guy, had Wargore, the Razorgore Chariot, two of these, one of these. I had this, and it was two Razorgores. Bray Shaman with Wild Magic on the Tuskgore Chariots. Had Mantle of Gorok, had one more Centaur, had these guys, this unit. Double of them. What was the last unit that I had? It was an Ungor Spear Herd. This looks about right, so alright, I'm ready again. Oh, we're on the wrong sub-faction now. There we go. Sorry for the chaos, guys. We're back into it. Let's get it running. you're in group 3. Groghooves are going to be a really strong unit here. They harass and they can hammer against all but the heaviest infantry because they have a heal. Drunken Bravado gives them the leadership and perfect vigor of Rowdy, but they also get a 0.10% perpetual heal, which is really damn good. And it doesn't come with a weakness to fire either. So definitely like that. What do I need? We'll just put this whole brick here in group 4. We'll pull them around the battlefield as I need. You guys can see, right? Okay, we're good. Just gotta double check. I've been leaving the, I've been giving y'all the asthma treatment for the games way too much. Spoken word Total Warhammer. Let's move all our bodies up, Torox, and boy here need to get up on the point. It's 2 and 3. So we got a Minotaur with great weapons, we got Forsaken, we got Skull Reapers, Bloodletters, just a ton of infantry. Oh, we got the Herald on the bike. Dude, I had the Herald on the bike the other day, and it was really not that terrible. It was honestly pretty decent. Definitely leaves a little bit to be desired, but
we have a victory point.
Definitely strong enough to be usable. Let's actually get our Wargore out here. So you need to be careful of the Minotaurs. Those are going to be pretty annoying. Let's just watch the Groghooves here. Yeah, our opponent wants to land, so we just pinch these guys. Yeah, these Furies are just dead, like 100% dead. Now we pull back, get away from the Minos, get our caster out. We've got our fucking Wargore chariot over there, like chunking through the entire army. Let's pull back here. Okay, we lost one Razor Gore. That is a little unfortunate, but could be a lot worse. We just need to pull back from all the infantry for the time being and rotate around a little bit. Try and open up our opponent to more charges from the flanks, and we'll get the Razor Gore chariots in. Because they should be a pretty good option for beating up on my opponent.
Full tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
So these Marauders and this Bloodletter are a little bit out in the open here. They're a little exposed in a way where I think I can take advantage of them here. I'll actually get the Groghooves in. I'm gonna hit these guys, and we'll pop this buff on our Zangors here. Let's go hit the Skull Reapers. Let's actually get our Corngors up in here. Let's go after these guys. Our opponent's going to press our back objective with some Marauders, which is really smart. Definitely going to be a pretty nice engagement there. Skull Reapers I don't really need to tangle with. I need to get my units in a little bit better position here. Let's get our caster out of here, because he's going to get killed if we sticks around. Alright, I actually think this fight is good enough that we should be able to persevere here. Let's get off of these Chosen. I just realized those are Chosen. I really don't want to have to scrap at those guys. Oh. Yeah, get away from here. Chariot? Yeah, Chariot for sure, because it's going to be really good for killing the Skull Reapers. Just have the Zangors sit here with the Razor Gores, and they're going to kill these guys here. Let's get away. Just need to not let the Minotaurs just chew us up there. Torox is beating up on Old Boy there, which is great.
Take it back.
Let's just keep cutting back the Minos. There's no reason to stay engaged on them. The Chosen are going down. We're winning this fight here. We've got some Centigores. I'm gonna maneuver back to my home point and retake that real quick. Alright, chip these guys down. Let's get through the Chosen over here now. There's a lot of Chosen. That is genuinely pretty intimidating, so definitely need to be careful. These guys, the Minotaurs are coming back now, but it's not that bad for us. We've gotten pretty good winning fights here. Just don't want Torox to die, and I think it'll be okay. We can even get back over here and maybe kill this guy. You get the Razorgore Chariots out of here. We'll bring a Bestigor herd in. They're gonna get over here. We crush the Marauders. We're gonna get a rear charge here that's gonna just devastate the Minotaurs because we're gonna pop Mantle of Gorok on these dudes and they're just gonna shred through what remains of them. Our Chariot got away. There's still a bunch of Chosen on that middle objective, so it might be time to not play the middle and go for mobile engagements that will have a better time in, because there's just Marauders defending the point out here. So I think that's what I'm going to do instead. Come on, buddy, get out of here. Oh my god. Naldish is definitely making plays here. We've got a small lead, but it's really not that substantial. Just really need to keep maneuvering here. Okay, and we killed his lord, which is just gigantic. Killing the Herald might get us the win here. Need to peel out. Get the Razorgores away. I'll take this point here. These two units are like beat to shit, but they're gonna hold on that point as long as they can. These guys are on fire at will, right? Seems like they're not using their ammo very quickly, but I guess that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Unsummon here, send this back here. These guys need to come back. Chariot needs to go run over the Bloodletters. Bloodletters are super vulnerable over there. Where's my caster? He needs to come back here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna debuff the Minotaurs. And we're gonna buff these guys up. We're gonna get a rear charge here. Turn Torox around, we're gonna charge here. These guys need to go around. And some of you. Okay, Razorgore Chariots get some good damage on the Bloodletters. They're going to turn around and go after these Chosen. We'll pull back here, pull back here. We've got 1,500 gold, which means another Bestigor. We're holding this point. The Wargore is going to continue chilling over. He's got 1,200 value, which is awesome, dude. Super cool. We got the win in the middle here for the most part. We need to get our caster back for the time being. Just get these guys in here. How's Torox? Torox is just not doing that much. Torox is okay. I mean, he's like the most okay Beastman Lord of all time. The other characters are just way better usually. Pop our defenses here. We'll debuff the Bloodletters. Our Bestigors are getting in against the Bloodletters. The Chariots are actually tanky enough that they can sit in melee combat for a moment. They've got good stats, actually. Razorgore Chariots are really scary, man. They hit so freaking hard. That's how you take down Khorne with the Beastmen. The Skull Reapers were okay. I mean, they're way better in this game than they were when I tried using them. The Herald didn't have his shrine. He was just on foot, which is a little bit painful. We got, like, respectable value out of most of our stuff. This Bestigor's 1,300 on that Bestigor. Sons of Goros got 14. Synagors did okay. The Chariots were about to pay for themselves. They had all their models, and they were just rampaging, dude. Budget Skull Taker. Exactly. Look, the Khorne Herald really isn't that bad. Him not being able to use his Tormentor Sword the way he wants, though, is a big problem. Any tips in the Khorne versus Empire matchup? We'll watch that game, Death Pancake, and I'll tell you how to beat the Empire. Khorne has plenty of tools to beat the Empire, and they can do it very consistently, but it's a very, very hard matchup, and it's one you have to be unbelievably patient in as Khorne. It is not simple. Yeehaw. Okay, so having played our game for the Changers Gambit tournament, we got ourselves a nice win here. I'm just talking with Nalnish for a moment, and I'm grabbing replays for semis and finals, and then we'll do probably a few more matches after we're done with those two, or those three, I guess, and we'll wrap up stream from there. And then, depending on where we're at, tomorrow, Monday, I'll be doing a stream. And we'll do some more replays from this tournament. And I'm also going to show off Menace, because I am so into that game right now. It's super good. It's just the demo. But y'all should check it out. Sickness. Please no, it was so bad. No, Pancake. We've gotta watch it, man. I'm not gonna be mean to you, I promise. We're just gonna talk about what, we're gonna talk about the very, common misconceptions about, what Khorne needs to do against, Empire. The mistakes are never as bad as you think they are. Usually what happens with matchups that you end up losing and end up losing really hard is less that you made mistakes, and usually your opponent did a really good job of identifying where you're weakest on the battlefield and getting an early value lead, and then keeping you on the back foot for the rest of the game. That's usually what ends up happening. It's less that you did something egregiously bad and your opponent was just really on their toes. Yeah, this is pretty scary. Let's just go ahead and start it off. Okay. So, there's a few things that your opponent's brought here that are just uber effective against Khorne. The engineers are really cracked, honestly. These engineers are so rough for Khorne to face down, because the engineer shots actually pierce through multiple models on infantry, so they're really good at killing Chaos Warriors. You didn't bring any Chaos Warriors, which is actually the right thing to do here, because you don't really need them. What you need here as Khorne, if you're going to fight the Empire, is you need a nice line of Marauders. You need 3, 4 of them. You don't really need 5. You just need enough to actually fight any infantry that your opponent does bring, which they usually don't bring a bunch of. Don't bring Chaos Knights against the Empire. Chaos Knights are not good against the Empire. What you need is Skull Crushers, like a single Skull Crusher and a couple Blood Beasts can do a really good job of keeping Empire Knights in check. And Skull Crushers are good enough that they can easily kill Royal Altar of Griffites. Do you need to be worried about the Engineer poke? Engineers, there's nothing you can do about those guys, really. The way that you beat the Empire is by killing all of their other units. So, the units that you ignore. Balthazar Gelt. Outside of his magic, he's not worth going after. He's too quick, you're not going to catch him unless you have Karanak. Karanak is not really good in this matchup anyways, because there's so many answers to him. Engineers you ignore, you just survive their shooting as best you can. Do chase the Hellblaster Volley Gun ROR here, and do try to get double teams on the Royal Altar of Griffites. Royal Altar of Griffites are actually pretty bad against Khorne. They're crazy expensive. If you isolate the Royal Altar of Griffites with something like a Minotaur and a Marauder, you will kill the Royal Altar of Griffites. No problem. They falter pretty badly in this matchup without heals. And your opponent didn't opt for that because they've got Searing Doom and Final Trans here. Skull Takers moving up. I don't really like the Cultists for Khorne here. They're okay, but I actually prefer cutting them against the Empire because they don't survive the Empire or the Engineer shooting, nor do they survive Hellblaster Volley Gun War Wagon. And War Wagons in general are pretty good against Khorne. Bring your Marauders. Bring Khorngors out of reserve like you're doing. Khorngors are so good in this matchup. They take up so much space and make your life a living hell as the Empire. And that's the power of Mercurial Shot. This is why you don't bring Chaos Knights. They just get absolutely ripped up by Engineers and War Wagons, and they're not heavy-hitting enough in the mobility game to kill Empire Knights and Demigryph Halberds effectively. Your opponent's bringing in Outriders. This is where you need to start getting Furies and Fleshhounds out. I actually prefer opening with Furies and Fleshhounds over the heavy-hitting AP outside of a Skull Crusher. One Skull Crusher backed up by some Chaos Warhounds and Furies is a really good opener because Chaos Warhounds just destroy Outriders. Same with Furies. These guys don't have 360 shooting, so really how you beat Empire is by playing objectives and disrupting their mobile missile units. If you can do that, then you keep the Empire from really being able to do much of anything. These Fleshhounds are useless out here on the number 2 because they'll just get killed by the Empire Knights. And I imagine you're going to send... it's a good response. You're pulling back the Fleshhounds and you're bringing the Chaos Knights forward. Your opponent is responding with a very nice reserve force, though, to try and ice you out.
One of your victory points. Take it back.
The Fleshhounds need to be looping through, and they need to threaten a charge on the Black Lions here, and you still need more mobility. You have to have mobility. Your mobility is not necessarily trying to get, like, dominant value trades early. Your mobile units are just there to avoid taking a whole bunch of damage on your infantry as you cap up the points, and then you can push them in later to try and answer all of these other mobile options for your opponent. Yeah, the Marauders going down is rough. Your opponent is just playing around you. They just don't care. This is like the classic Empire kite style against Khorne. So the Engineers actually have a decent amount of value in model kills. And the Black Lions are putting quite a bit of pressure on you also. Skull Taker, when this many missiles and like Royal Altered Griffites are on the field, the best thing you can do with Skull Taker right now is just hide him behind the pillar so he can't get shot up in the meantime. And there you go. There's the Engineers actually poking past the shield of the Cultists. The Cultist shields don't protect them at all against the Engineers, which is really dumb. The Engineers, for whatever reason, just ignore shields completely, basically. Now, the Furies harassing the grenade launchers is pretty nice over here, but there are a lot of Empire Knights nearby, so good response trying to get them back up in the air, but it's a little late. You don't want to ever be going this far back into your opponent's deploy zone. You got more Khorne Gores and stuff coming out. Your opponent just hasn't taken any damage, it's just continuing to build up. And there's not much you can do about this with how slow your army is right now. You don't have anything that you can just brute force into the back line here to force the Empire to have to take engagements. If you force the Empire to actually fight your Khorne units, you will win this matchup, usually. But if they get to sit back like this and just poke you to death, there's nothing to be done. I mean, you just lose the matchup when you're forced into a kill box like this. More Khorne Gores coming out. I mean, the Chaos Knights, you can see, there's just, like, no reason to bring the Chaos Knights because they can't actually get decisive engagements. That's a really nice setup from your opponent. Cultists get a little too close together, get hit by the upgraded Final Transmutation. They're going to be going down really quickly here. Outriders poking like crazy. Empire Knights are just waiting for your Furies and your Knights to come in so they can just swarm them and get crazy good value that way. You see, you're just getting shot up. And now it's just like, okay, I mean, I'm just going to get shot to death, so I have to do something, right? So that's kind of where you're at. There's no shame in that. There's not a whole lot you can do to stop this at this point. Just for the future, keep in mind what exactly it is that you're trying to bring into the Empire. Don't bring Cultists. Don't bring too many Marauders. Just bring 3 is the sweet spot for Marauders against the Empire, because they either bring some State Troopers and your Marauders can actually fight them, or the Marauders are just there to hold on to points and eat damage from, like, Outriders and grenade launchers early. Also bring a couple Khorne Gores in the start if you're not going to go for a bunch of Furies to back up some Skull Crushers. And you can see the Engineers have just got a ton of value. I mean, they just get to poke for free and rip you apart, and you can't close in the Black Lions because you don't have enough quick units. Cultists get nailed by another Final Transmutation. Oh my god, man. Jaeger is just all over this one. This is really, really gross. It happens. Skulltaker beating up on the engineers a little bit. Also, there is an argument to be made that this is a Valkia matchup. Skulltaker is really tough to kill, but Empire does have enough shooting to actually kill him, and Valkia is a little cheaper, can fight a lot of characters. She's also a very nice disruption tool for attacking Royal Altar of Griffites.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Because the Royal Altar of Griffites actually falter against Valkia pretty hard. As long as she's not fighting them alone, if you've got something like a Minotaur to go in and help her, or you've got some Korngors that can get in and help kind of peel the Griffites off of Valkia, Valkia takes out individual Griffite models very effectively. I've seen a couple of games and played a couple of games where she's gotten like 1,000 value just from poking down one unit. She's very, very useful for disrupting, and she can also go after Balthazar Gelt, and she's got Demon Shield. So she's like fairly resilient in big decisive engagements. You can kind of bait your opponent in and force them to interact with you in a way where they think they're going to get a leg up on you, and then you pop Demon Shield, you ignore the damage, and then you get your counter charges off that can wreak havoc on the much squishier Empire forces. Engineers are really crazy. They are so strong. I don't know why people don't bring more engineers. They also have Restock and Mercurial Shot, which are just stupidly powerful. See, all your mobility is backloaded here, is the issue, Pancakes. And don't bring Flesh Hounds against the Empire. Or at the very least, only bring 2. Don't bring the ROR, they're too expensive, they're not really worth it here. 3 Furies is enough, 2 Flesh Hounds. I like the 3 Korngors. You just want some more Blood Beasts in here, and like I said, get that Skull Crusher instead of these Chaos Knights with the Lances. You can cut the Chaos Knights with Lances. You can get a Skull Crusher and a Fury. Or a Skull Crusher and a Blood Beast, I should say. Cut the 2 Cultists, and you can get a Fury and a couple of Chaos Warhounds for early pressure on objectives. Another thing that you might want to consider here, Skull Cannons are pretty good against the Empire. Just standard Skull Cannons are very good at shooting War Wagons. They massively outrange the Hellblaster ROR, and they put big damage down on the War Wagon models themselves with their shots, and they're fairly accurate nowadays. Using them to kind of shoot up the War Lions, or the Black Lions, I should say, not the War Lions. Using the Skull Cannons to shoot up the Black Lions will force the Empire forward, potentially, and then you can kind of jump on their Engineers. Because the Engineers are going to want to close the gap to try and shoot the Skull Cannons to help out the Black Lions. They're much shorter range than a Skull Cannon is, so you can kind of take advantage of them in that respect. But this is a matchup for Khorne where you just bring your build and you hope that it doesn't get countered too hard by the Empire. Because the Empire has the edge in terms of their army building phase. They can bring so many different builds that can counter a lot of the different Khornate like unit compositions, and you're kind of hedging your bets more often than not as Khorne, and hoping that the forces that you bring are just going to be able to outmuscle the Empire, because you're gonna have to play a very cagey game against them. Alright, so we got Bird and Jaden playing here. Bird on the Lizardmen, Jaden on the Greenskins. We've got a Toad with the Fire Magic, I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure this is the Fire Magic Salon. Yeah, it is. Excellent choice. Greenskins obviously have a lot of lightly armored infantry. What better way to roast them to itty-bitty, get rid of all their nasty little spores. I forget that fire is like the tried and true counter to them in the lore as well. But yeah, you just throw Burning Head down a bunch and just laugh. You'll destroy these units with overcasted Burning Head. It's really nasty. The Slann having greater Arcane Conduit just makes them such effective casters. And Fireball here is also a nice little option to have, because you see the little Night Goblin Shaman out here. He's only got 15 armor. Fireball falls off against armor really hard, but against this 15 armor Night Goblin Shaman, it's going to shred through him really quickly. It's a very long-range cast, too. You can also use it on the big gumball. The Acid Burpa has decent armor, but it's not insurmountable by any means. You can also hit the Night Goblin War Boss or the Big Boss, whatever you want. Chameleon Skinks get a nice volley early, poking the Acid Burpa really well. You see the big gumball is going to be pulling back, just trying to avoid the engagement here and getting poked by the Chameleon Skinks. It does Rampage. Once it hits 75% of its HP, it will Rampage for 40 seconds. That's usually the time at which you want to try and kill the Colossal Squigs. Oh, excuse me. Talking too quickly.
Victory point.
Anyways, the Colossal Squig, the opportunity to kill them is once you've got them rampaging. They are very uncontrollable at that point, and it's pretty easy to poke them down, because you just shoot them with some missiles on their squishy armor, and that just destroys them. Nice Vindictive Glare on the Salamander Hunting Pack, about 600 HP lost exactly, actually. Really good for the Shaman, 123 value out of that cast. He's got Gorkle Fix-It and Sneaky Stabbin', both pretty good spells here. Sneaky Stabbin' is just a good buff for the frontline fights, and then Gorkle Fix-It is good for forcing mobility engagements, which is going to be something that you're going to have to think about here with Coldwind Spear Riders being such a prominent unit for countering your Orc Boy Biggins. It's always such a mouthful, man. So many B's in all of the greenskin units. Big bad bruisers, bopping bastards, brutally.
One of your victory points. Take it back.
So Orc Boys just get absolutely roasted by Burning Head, and that's going to be a really nice opportunity for the Lizardmen to actually brute force through and get some engagements onto the missile line. The Rugloods could be attacked here by the Saurus with their cudgels. Very strong units. You see the Snotling Pump Wagons actually getting stuck on the Feral Bastillodon and the Saurus here. Don't get the opportunity to push through onto the Skink cohorts. And that is going to be a wasted Sneaky Stabbin' on those guys, unfortunately for them. Orc Boys getting lit up by the Chameleon Skinks. Great overlapping fire from Bird here. Salamander Hunting Pack really low on HP. I think the Boarboy Biggins might have gotten a little damage on them, as well as maybe getting a little too far up into the front line, taking some unnecessary casualties that way. But it is a nice position here for the Lizardmen. It's very hard to engage onto all of this with all these Spear Riders kind of backing you up. Plus, your opponent is struggling here in the back line. The Lizards are just all over the Greenskins right now, and the Burning Head bounces off the wall, coming back, almost making contact with the Orc Boys again. I'm guessing that's how the Savage Orc Airboy died. What do we have here? 1,000 value from just a couple of Burning Heads is so gross, man. If you get called out with Burning Head in a matchup, sometimes there's just not much you can do about it. Greenskins, frontline is just super lightly armored. Black Orcs are your answer to Burning Head, I guess, but you can only bring a few of those guys. But maybe you go for a more kite-heavy build against the Lizards, because you do have a mobility advantage as the Greenskins. As long as you can bring out more Boarboy Biggins than they can, and you can get better engagements than what's going on here, usually you're going to be able to win out that way. Poking these Slann is, it's not bad, but They're pretty beefy, and the Slan, as you've probably heard many times, of the sweet siren song of the Warhammer Fantasy universe, is very hard to kill these guys. They're super obnoxious. They just hide behind the front line. They've got all these buffs and protections type of abilities they can throw down, like Shield the Old Ones. Aura of Quetzal's pretty nice. Blood Statuette's really good for hitting a cav that might be trying to dive in the back line. Razordons come in to counterfire the Savage Orc Bull Boys and just lay waste to them. Razordons have very powerful missiles. Short range, but tons of AP and very heavy hitting. Gumball doing pretty well. It's just running over a lot of the Saurus, actually getting some good terror outs here. The problem is that the Spear Riders are really healthy, and then on the middle objective, you're barely hanging on to this right now. Coldwind Spear Rider could come in and just clean all this up and grab that objective for your opponent. And the Chameleon Skinks can move up there and add some cap weight too. And you've got Feral Coldwinds coming out in numbers. They're going to be a great unit to push the tattered remains of the Greenskins on their own point here. Lizardmen actually do take the #1, in fact. All of these Saurus and Coldwind Spear Riders doing a good job of grabbing it. But this is a very unfortunate situation for Bird. 3 units getting very, very cleanly engaged on by a great counter like the Bull Boy Biggins. There's going to be a lot of damage going down. It's a great shield of the Old Ones, but the Acid Burpa gets a terror out on one of the Spear Riders. Is it dropping its fart? I think it just... Yeah, I think it just dropped the Acid Burps here. And does some great damage to help clear out the Spear Riders and the Saurus Warriors alike. And it continues its rampage. Very expensive single entity, but has a 1476 value right now. Ruglud's was 1700, and a nice attempt on a Burning Head, but it just hurts the edge of the formation there. It doesn't really do anything too terrible to all of those guys. And the Slan Mage Priest actually gets killed by the Doomdiver Catapult. Is Jaden gonna find a way back into this game, though? The Lord Snipe is great, but you can see that the presence on the ground for the Greenskins is just so tattered, and the Lizards having better leadership and chunkier units, like 10,000 HP as compared to Orc Boys who have like 9,000. That extra 1,000 HP makes all the difference in the world, plus the armor and the weapon strength, the melee attack does mean that even with a very beat up Saurus Warrior like this, they can still scrap pretty viciously against you. And they're going to be a nice roadblock. You got the Acid Burp doing what it can, but now Salamander hunting packs are finding some very effective shots against it. That low armor is really going to start to hamper its effectiveness here as it's getting laid into by the very effective clear option against the large targets that the Salamanders offer. But they're going to turn around and focus down the Orc Bull Boy Biggins. Really good attention by Bird being paid here to flanks. Skink Cohort gonna come in, block up a little bit of this charge. Not gonna be too much of a dissuader for the Boar Boy Cavalry. They should still get on top of the Salamanders, but you can see massive reinforcement wave coming in. Got all these Feral Cold Ones and the Cohort of Stotzak and another Red-Crested Skink moving in. And a really nice flank around the back of the Feral Cold Ones. Good pressure into the back line, man. These flanks around the edge of the map you might think won't work as often as they do, but when you're playing games like this and you're juggling attempts to recap even your home objective and your opponent's flanking your artillery, oftentimes people will mistime the amount of time that they have before the unit makes contact with them. Although the Greenskins do utilize the Savage Orc Boar Boys very effectively and are able to save the Doomdiver Catapult, that's a massive win for the Greenskins. Acid Burp is still running around, doing its thing. The Sneaky Stabbin' is getting some good damage in it against the Clonewood Spear Riders. The Colossal Squig is having a field day now, dropping the Acid Burps onto the poor Spear Riders. You see the Stomach Acid really debuffing their speed and leadership right now. On top of the vortex damage that they took, and we get a terror route going down a very expensive unit. Jaden still not able to retake. The cohort of Sotek on that point is going to be a big problem because they are unbreakable, so they're going to last for ages there. Plus, they've got this Refuse to Die ability, which means that they don't lose models whenever it's activated. It's on a very short cooldown of 60 seconds, too. And lasts for 20, so the most important part of cap weight is how many entities are available to a unit. As long as they're popping this consistently, which it does appear Bird is very on top of, they'll be able to anchor this point for probably another, like, 30-40 seconds. Which will leave the Greenskins in a really awful spot, because it'll be about 1,300 tickets at that point. Greenskins losing their Lord. The Coldland Spear Riders barely hanging on, but they are able to get that Lord on the run, and they get a full surround on him. Are they going to be able to lock him in place, though? They might still be able to get pokes in. You can see them lowering his HP as he's trying to pull out that pursuit damage. Coming in clutch, and they bring him down. Greenskin's leadership is about to fall apart. That's going to 100% be game over. I just don't see them being able to hang on after losing their Lord at this point. Plus more Spear Riders coming up. Jaden has done everything he can to scrap back into this game, but some of the magic was just a little bit off-timed. We had at least 2 sneaky stabbins that I saw that were being used on units as they were routing, which is just really unfortunate. A little bit mistimed on the spell casting, and just little things like that can add up over the course of a game to lose you something where you're scrapping really evenly on the value, but your opponent just got the right kinds of engagement early to put you on the put your units on the back foot, and they're doing a good job of replacing units so that you're not quite able to get the kinds of value trades you need to get back in the game quickly enough.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Gork will fix it going down on the Spear Riders, but Morgrob's getting pushed off the point regardless. And the points, the tickets are just too imposing. Jaden didn't have enough time to work with there. But it was a good scrap. It was a really well-tried hold there. Two loss of Greenskins versus Lizardmen. Yeah, under similar circumstances, Burning Head just destroying your front line, man. It's just so hard to handle. So let's get the final going. Got Empire versus Lizardmen about to come in here. Saurus did really nicely. Skinks poked pretty effectively. Bastiladon got its value back. Pretty impressive, honestly. And it hung in there for a long time. These Bastiladons are sneaky annoying because of the terror on them and the immune to flanking. They're way harder to kill than you would expect. Mage Priest with 1,500, just about paying for himself. Could have been used a little bit safer. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. He was where he needed to be when it mattered most, is the long and the short of it. Red-Crested Skinks didn't do amazing. This Acid Burper got 2,200, and that was the high-value player for the Greenskins. They did have some pretty effective alternate units, though. Rugled's got good value, but that flimsy frontline, dude. I mean, just losing all of those Orc boys without any way to get value out of them is the mitigating factor. Damn, Jaeger really went deep onto these mobile-heavy Empire builds. Just, we'll see how this goes against the Lizardmen. Lizardmen into the Empire. I actually don't know how that goes on average. I think it's probably Lizardmen favor if I had to take a wild guess. It's not one that I'm super familiar with, personally. But every time I've played against the Empire on the Lizardmen, it doesn't seem that tough for the Lizards. I mean, Skinks are just such good cap weight. You can equal out against the Mantide if you need to. You've got really good Lords of Magic to pick from. Yeah, it looks like it's fairly even, but Lizardmen have a slight edge over the Empire in this matchup right now. Empire actually is bottom 10 in terms of win rate, but again, the win rates are pretty even across all the factions right now. I mean, the difference between the top and the bottom faction is 13% in terms of win rate, so it's really not that terrible. Slam Mage Priest of Death. Bird is just holding back, not advancing forward at all. You do not want to get triple capped out the gate. I know you've got a really slow army, but just keep it all together and just advance forward. And don't be too afraid here to take damage. You've got a lot of HP on your units. You can definitely press back the squishier Empire if you need to, just by brute forcing forward. And the other thing is that, yeah, like, your forces are, like, all together, but you don't have enough buffering to keep the engineers from just running forward and poking down your Slan Mage Priest here. Like, if I had to guess what's going to happen, the engineers are going to use their Mercurial shots to hammer this Slan Mage Priest, and their repeater volley guns are going to really poke this poor guy down. Actually, using on the Sword of Spears, look at the damage out of Mercurial shot, dude. That is vile. Oh my god. You have the War Wagons also contributing to hammering down those poor guys as well. Ouch. Outrider grenade launchers are waiting in the wings. Empire Knights are just chilling here, and the Saurus Scar veterans are just too slow. They're not going to catch the engineers by themselves. Now the Slan Mage Priest is getting shot up. This is why you can't just sit back for so long. Skink cohorts can counterfire the Outrider grenade launchers, which is nice, but that's why the cohorts need to push up a little bit more. They can also counterfire the engineers a little bit. Get a nice shield of the old ones, but you have no damage mitigation other than the ward save. You don't have any heals, and that Slain is getting real low, guys. He is eating damage on the nose and not loving life right now. Empire Knights, rather, coming in to charge down the Skinks. I mean, trying to stop the Empire Knights with the cohort of Sotek. You'll get some decent damage out of the cohort of Sotek, but they do eat a lot of damage from the charge. Plus, you have the Outrider grenade launchers on them now, and all of these Lizard units are too slow to get in. Early snipe with the Final Chance mutation. This is just gross, man. I mean, this is Empire Value City. Did get a good Fate of Buna off on the Royal Altar of Griffites, who take quite a bit of damage. Just don't have the Spear Riders out on the field right now, and all these infantry are just going to be so vulnerable to the grenade launchers. You have to account for Empire full mobility builds. They've kind of turned into the way of the high-level Empire player. State Troopers are just not that useful in the early going. It's much better to have all of the heavy-hitting cavalry and then your engineers and whatnot out on the field, because they just are where the value is anyways. So why would you waste your time setting up with all your state troopers? You're probably just going to lose to your opponent's higher quality infantry, right? Just don't take any damage, of course, you know, duh. That's the clear winning strategy. Source Warriors getting lit up by the grenade launchers. They're weathering it a little bit better with their armor and HP pool, but you can see they still aren't doing much better. Empire Knight got dragged down pretty nicely over here, though. See, now that you got a bunch of cold ones on the field, and you're actually able to swarm over the Empire units, you're actually getting some good trades. I think just foregoing bringing out all those skink cohorts and the red-crested skinks and instead doing all the feral cold ones at once would have been the better option, because then you can ratchet up the intensity and push your infantry behind with the disruptive elements so that the grenade launchers aren't just able to do what they've been doing up to this point, which is just, you know, wrecking all of your infantry. You can kind of hound down the Empire Knights. You can bring your Coleman Spear Riders in behind that. You can probably protect your Lord a little bit better. Have a better time. Kroggar is always an option. Hand of the Gods against the Black Lions. War Wagon unit is a pretty good call. War Wagons get shredded by Hand of the Gods, guys. Hand of the Gods is so strong against missile factions. You should never discount it for what it provides you as the Lizardmen. And you can always bring Rev Crystals for healing. I love Rev Crystals. They do a lot of work for you. And another thing that you really should think about bringing next time, Bird, have 2 solar engines instead of the 2 Saurus Scarvets. Like, the Scarvets can come out of reserve if you really want them, but 2 solar engines, and they can just have a nice big old concave. And a ranged advantage over the engineers. Can counterpoke those guys really effectively. But still, on solar engines will shut down the engineers, as well as the Black Lions. And you can also bring Chameleon Stalkers out. Chameleon Stalkers are a sneakily good unit against the Empire because their little explosive grenades do good damage to stuff like Outriders and do amazing damage to War Wagons. I can actually try and show that off before we move away from this. This is just Jaeger knowing the Empire's like one Empire playstyle and executing it at a really high level, and people not really being prepared for it the way that they should be. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. You can't read your opponent's mind if you've never played them before, so I can't really fault anybody for having trouble against this particular Empire build, because this is like the nightmare Empire build on the ladder right now. I've played against builds like this before, and if you bring an infantry-heavy formation, you basically just lose to it automatically, because you can't even interact with the build. They just kite you the entire game, and they never engage you until they have a dearth of available options to charge you down. You have to counter this kind of Empire build with full mobility yourself. And I think that's what's better against the Empire in general anyways. What you do is you get your mobility out early, you have a couple of nice durable infantry units like the Saurus Spears that you can trot up to the points and they just sit there and hold them. Try and avoid bringing too many units that are vulnerable to Searing Doom. Jaeger's Searing Dooms have just been disgusting. We just watched a Coldwind Spear Rider literally get one-shot by Searing Doom as they blobbed up around Balthazar Gelt. That's why you ignore this guy. Do not blob up around the engineers. You either kill Balthazar Gelt and the engineers at range, or you're just trying to kill the Empire Knights and whatnot. And you just persevere through the Searing Dooms as best you can at that point. Engaging against the cavalry is a lot cleaner because the Searing Dooms won't get such good concentrated positions to nail, right? Like, the fights between cavalry units is way more chaotic than your units blobbing up around a single entity. They get the Ripper Dactyls and the Black Lions. They're actually going to take them down really quickly here, which is awesome, but Empire Knights and Demigryph Halberds are going to respond, and, you know, you got the kill here, but these Ripper Dactyls are going to die, and the Empire's actually got their, like, Free Company Militia on the point, and they're just taking it over. Another just dominant victory from Jaeger. Nobody prepared for this double engineer build, backed up by the War Wagons. Just bring double solar engine next time, Bird, and bring a life slan, and you'll just watch the engineers and the Black Lions bounce off of you while you counterfire them to bits. You can also shoot at the Outrider grenade launchers at that point. You just bring in pretty much everything that you've got here, same as, but replacing the 2 Saurus Scarvets with the Bastillodons instead. And probably less Saurus. Like, 2 Saurus Spears is enough. They'll beat most State Troopers anyways. State Troopers just don't do anything to Saurus. Saurus are just way too tanky for all that. You've over-invested into infantry at this point. Like, this is 2,400 gold that you could use on other stuff. The reserves are nice. I don't know if you need 2 Ripperdactyls. Probably just 1 Ripperdactyl and another Spear Rider instead. And Red-Crested Skinks I would get rid of. They're too squishy to Empire Knights, and they don't offer a whole lot of return on value against State Troopers. A little too expensive for all that. Just keep all these skink cohorts, though. Truly a double flinger matchup now that I played it a couple times. Against the Lizardmen for the Greenskins, 100%. Those Ragnarok flingers are really strong against Saurus, and then can scrap against any big dinos and lords. It is a scary-ass build. I agree. But hey, kudos to Jaeger, because that's a hard build to execute. It's very small, and there's no margin for error on this build. If your opponent brings the right counters and they get you on the back foot as the Empire, you don't have anything to bail you out. You've basically all-in here. And builds like this work in new player tournaments oftentimes because people are building very balanced armies usually. And they're not necessarily prepared for these very skewed builds. But if people adjust to something like this, then this Empire build's pretty easy to shut down for a lot of factions. And the Lizards do have the answers. We just didn't see them here. There's just nothing that's effective in this build, really. It's just too melee-focused. If you just actually commit to playing the skirmish game against the Empire a little bit more, you can really hold them at bay. And Chameleon Skinks are a good option to that end, because they do a good job of poking Outrider grenade launchers, actually. The Chameleons do get smacked up by the grenades a little bit, but their return fire is usually way more effective. Wears out grenade launchers much better. And then if you have, like I said, an Earthblood and Regrowth Slan Mage Priest caster as your lord, you just plop heals all game and just outpace the Empire by drips and drabs. Alright guys, let's do a couple more games, and then I'm going to dip out. And we'll get back to the other replays that we've gotten from this tournament. Either tomorrow later in the day, or Monday at the latest. I'm planning on streaming one of those 2 days. The Changeling here? What the hell is this? Dude, Rogue AI goes for all of the fun builds, I swear. So we've got Metal Mage, Skull of Catan, Final Transmutation, always on the... It's a War Shrine build, holy crap, okay. So the 2 blue horrors, this is what's going to happen here. It's going to happen fairly early on. You do this at the beginning of the game, as Tzeentch. The Changeling is going to nuke the 2 blue horrors that are on top of the War Shrine with the Tzeentch's Firestorm that he brought. Then he's going to transform into whatever the hell he is. It says Blue Scribes in the replay title, so I assume the Blue Scribes are here. And you're going to get Infinite Whomb from the War Shrine, because it gives you reserves per second, it gives you a massive boost to Spell Mastery as well. Any allies and himself get it. This is super fun. Lewin is going to get deleted by a really well-timed Final Transmutation, potentially. Skull of Catan and an overcasted Final Transmutation will take about 4,000 HP off of him, no problem. Probably even more because of how much work it does. It is really vile how strong the Skull of Catan is in terms of buffing up spell mastery, especially stacked with Giver of Arcane Glory.
One of your units has been destroyed.
So yeah, it's at full charge. 2 dead blue horrors is all it costs. It's 1,000 gold value, but those aren't really even that good of units to begin with. And you've got all your Chaos Warriors anyways, who are very difficult for Bretonnia to kill. Bretonnia usually loses against these armor check builds. So this has been really interesting. And yeah, the Changeling turns into the Blue Scribes. We get the Arcane Surge for some more reserves per second. Very cool stuff. Also getting some early spell mastery. I don't know how that's calculated by the how we've already been seeing the magic get used. I guess what the Changeling cast has technically buffed these guys up already. And we get a Flock of Doom out of the dams. Oh, it's because the Spell Siphon is affected by enemy spells as well. I completely forgot about that. Look at that pink fire just one-shotting a Peasant Bowman. Right out the gate, dude. Oh my god. Vile stuff. I wish I could see what random spells the Changeling had access to, but that was either a Wind Blast or a pink fire, and that just, bye-bye. Shattering that unit. They didn't like it. Pulling back with the Chaos Warriors right now. I mean, you can just kind of face-check this Bretonnia build. Like, yeah, they've got some Foot Squires here, are a little scary, but you do not want to totally yield the points. But man, look at the magic. That was the Slaanesh Whip of Slaanesh, I think is what it's called. Whip of Agony or something. Huge damage. Half the HP off of a Foot Squire. Oh my god, man. These buffed up spells are just doing work here so far. Rogue AI is quickly evening out the loss of the blue horrors. Suddenly, the 1,000 value deficit you start out with doesn't look bad at all when you're one-shotting units with your spells. Knights of the Lionhearted holding back. Knights of the Realm of the Men of Yemen need to be careful. I mean, all it takes is like 1 Melkoth's at this point with all of the spell buffs that these guys are getting. Would probably one-shot the Men of Yemen or the Knights of the Realm. Got another Arcane Surge there, so you get a little bit more WOM. You've got more reserves being generated passively as we speak, with the Giver of Arcane Glory continuing to dial it up. I don't even want to know how much WOM Tzeentch has right now. Usually factions take a little while to get the WOM charged up in the bank, but with 100% power recharge per second plus all the Arcane Surges we've seen, I wouldn't be shocked if Tzeentch, with all the magic that they have cast, actually have like close to like 80 WOM in reserve right now. Another really nice magic cast, that was Hellhammer from the Lore of Hashut, hammering down onto the Peasant Bowman and the Foot Squires. Not killing a ton of models on the Foot Squires, none in fact, but Peasant Bowmen lose 41 of their brethren here and are wavering right now as we speak. Tzeentch has to move forward soon, though. They're just so far behind on the points, even with good engagements. You're talking about being in a little bit of a tricky pickle. I mean, like, your Armored Warriors don't care about Peasant Bowmen. The only thing that you wouldn't want to get shot at here is, or shot at by, is Field Trebuchets, and there's none out for Bretonnia, despite really probably wanting a 1 or 2 right about now. Pegasus Knights are going to try and charge down some Screamers, it looks like. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little worried about this engagement for Bretonnia. Because, yeah, here you go. You get the land from the Screamers. They end up on the ground in the forest, where the Pegasus Knights would be losing a whole bunch of stats, and the Halberds would be able to peel, so good response not to land there from Bretonnia, making the right call, and trying to help these Knights of the Realm. They're getting swarmed by the Shrieking Sky Rays, as well as some Forsaken. This is a really nicely played game by Rogue AI, other than the fact that he let himself get triple capped. That's the only decision that I just don't agree with. I mean, The Foot Squires are an okay unit, but they're going to take a while to get through the Halberds or the Chaos Warriors, and with the magic that you've got available to you, you should still be able to hammer those guys and give yourself a nice little edge. So that's the only thing I would change about what Rogue AI has done so far. Pegasus Knights are just totally caught out here. I mean, one Pegasus Knight against 3 Screamers is not ever going to work out, unfortunately. In a 1v1, Pegasus Knights win really decisively. You can see they still are getting a little bit of value back here. It's just not nearly good enough of a value trade, and the other Pegasus Knights in Lewin are too far away to support quickly. They do pull back in pretty good standing, though. 19 models remaining on those guys. And we are going to get a little bit of an attempt here from Bretonnia to collapse on those dudes. There's no AP to speak of, really. It's just continuing to bring out Knights of the Realm and the like. The Foot Squires are being asked to do all the heavy lifting in the infantry engagements, and you can see them getting worn out here. Continuing to try and scrap and get a nice Tide Call on the Beast Slayers of Bastogne. That is a no AP spell, by the way. Tide Call doesn't really do much of anything to armored units. Because of the spell mastery, though, half the HP off of an 80 armor unit. Ick. It gives me... that gives you serious regrets and pause there for Lazuka. Lazuka is doing everything he can to try and win the aerial fight. He's probably going to kill both of these Screamers at this point. But the ground fights are still looking really, still looking fairly lopsided here. Tzeentch just needs to continue pushing forward. They don't need to be pushing their halberds off of the points like this. They should just leave the halberds at the edges of the objective here, just to stop Bretonnia from sending stuff right up the pipe onto them. And then have the rest of the units just push the number 2 here. We actually have a tier 3 Tzeentch army ability going down, and good response, though, from Lazuka. Going to be peeling out before it really starts to get good damage here. Oh, no, but the Knights of the Realm, they, the formation kind of reforms here into the circle, and they lose a bunch of models unnecessarily. Not really any fault of Lazuka, but more just with the reforming mechanic there. See, the Foot Squires getting hounded down. Tzeentch moving up on the number 2 should be able to cap it in pretty short order, and Bretonnia does just need to hold on to one objective, but they have to hold on to it for 400 plus seconds. Not really what they want to be doing when they have cap weight problems as a faction in general. Oh my god, and a hailstorm coming down. A really nice diversion, though. That could have been even more disastrous for Bretonnia. That could have taken out both of these Knights Errant if they had continued on their charge into all of these halberds and Chaos Warriors. Lots of Knights of the Realm stuck up in here, though, and you can see the halberds just chewing them apart, man. There's just no punish to the armor. The armor is so overwhelming right now. Lewin is getting on top of the Changeling. He gets some good damage in there, but a couple of the Screamers actually stopping his momentum up and trapping him on them for long enough that the Changeling's able to get away and get some more support from the Shrieking Skyrays. Halberd's getting up on the point. Very good. Rally back to that objective so that you don't accidentally lose it. Rogue AI doing a very good job of hanging on to those points. Holy Wardens are a decent anti-infantry piece, but again, that armor, man, gonna take him forever to get through it all. Even though the Wardens are gonna be able to fight pretty effectively here, they're not going to beat this much healthier halberd, and then any additional magic to flip that fight is going to make it even worse for Bretonnia. See the Forsaken getting run down by all of the Knights Errant, but the halberds are going to be a much bigger roadblock. Senegors are doing a good job of maneuvering around. Where the hell is this spell going off? That was Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, I think. Used on a unit back here, I believe. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance would have been better on one of the Knights of the Realm or Knights Errant or something, but I think you've got enough units here as Tzeentch to be able to hang on to your 2 cap and just slowly work on isolating the last one to get your own revenge triple cap. and close out with a win here. Screamers and the Shrieking Sky Rays double-teaming Lewin. He's got the sort of Corone popped, you know, lowering the armor and the melee defense of these units, but there's no follow-up here. Lewin, by himself, can hold his own, but is too low on the HP to actually win that fight by himself. That's where you'd really like to see the Pegasus Knights being able to hammer, but we just don't have the bodies available for Bretonia, and that's a Curse of the Bad Moon coming in, doing a little bit of damage to the Knights of the Realm. The Curse of the Bad Moon doesn't actually have a lot of AP, but the Tier 3 army ability for Tzeentch sure does. And bye-bye Knights Errant, infinite WOM for the Changelings still. The Chaos Sorcerer is so healthy, and I just don't know what Bretonia could possibly do about this game. This is just such a wicked off-meta build from Tzeentch. I don't really know how you prepare for this. Maybe go really deep into trying to Lord Snipe the Changeling. Changeling playing as the Blue Scribes. He's LARPing as the Blue Scribes here. With 3,400 value with just the random spell kit. That's pretty awesome. Oh my god, and a Plague! Plague with all the damage boosts in the world. Very limited amount of time, and only like half of the Footsquire unit passed through it, but they basically get one-shotted by it as they pass by. Already a really strong spell with all of the spell mastery that it's getting. It's probably doing close to like 15 all AP magic damage per second. Oh my god. Today has been the day of wacky off-meta builds, just absolutely smacking up people's more standard fare. People finding some really fun stuff that's just coming in clutch for these really dominant wins. I mean, the triple cap early was a little sketchy, but hey, I mean, the patience paid off. I mean, you did save the damage, and Rogue AI did a great job of securing the triple cap. It's very well held, and that's going to be the end for Bretonia. What a game, dude. Oh my goodness. It's been a while since I've seen somebody use this strategy, too. The Halberds, they didn't really pay for themselves amazingly, but they were just such a deterrent, and the Magic did all the infantry clear. Changeling the 294 kills and almost 4,000 value is wicked business. Forsaken were okay, Screamers were okay, the Centaurs were decent. One of them paid for itself, the other was working on it, and yeah, you just outlasted all the Bretonian business here. None of the Bretonian mobility was effective here. They didn't have anything to fight. Too much armor for them to grind through. Footsquires by themselves just can't do it. They're a decent unit, like I said, but, you know, little vulnerable out there without good enough support. Yeah, I don't know if it was getting the extra 30% spell mastery from the shrine as well. But just the 60% from the spell siphon would be enough to bump it up to like 12 AP damage per second. Because it's 8, I believe, at base. Let me actually go check that out. What does Plague look like when it's just solo cast? Yeah, 8 per second. If you overcast it, it goes up to 12 by itself, and then you factor in, like, 60% of 8 is going to be, you know, like, 12, 13, depending on how it gets rounded. No, it's going to be a little bit less than that. It's going to be 11 or 12. Yeah, no. It would be 16 if it were 100% at 60%, or... yeah, 11 or 12. Okay. So, ouch. And then you add in another 30%, and then you're talking about it being close to like 15 with all of those percentage-based bonuses just buffing it into the stratosphere, man. That's wild. Rogue gets coolest build of the day. Easy peasy. By far my favorite that I've seen. Let's get some Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev. This could have been a game that I played into Nalnish. But we ended up doing Khorne Beastman. So I think this is a great game to round our day off with. We've got Random Cuban rocking Valkia here. Very rare sighting of her. We've got a Metal Sorcerer, I would imagine, with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust for the Warriors of Chaos. They've got 3 Aspiring Champions, one of which is the Severed Claw ROR. Few Marauders, few Horsemen, against the might of double Little Grom Kislev. We're going to be rocking in here with the Druzhina on foot. It does have Cursed Frontier for the extra damage on these things. Restocks available too. Armored Kossars, some Zargard great weapons moving up. Horse Archers getting rushed down by the Marauder Horsemen. Ouch, okay. Go off, Chaos. They do get hit by an Ice Sheet, though, and that is going to hurt them as they try to retreat here. You can see the Horse Archers, they do take some nasty damage, but they're more than evening this out in the long term. They should definitely be ending up ahead once all is said and done. That little Grom shot took about 5 guys down, it seems. And 18 model kills already on this little Grom. What the hell? It must have also killed some of the other models on these 2 units. With its Come on. That's awkward, man. Frickin' game crashing me to desktop. Alright, well, I'm back, so let me restart the game and let's get back into that one and we can close out stream strong. That's so annoying. Technical issues aplenty today. We get a weird freeze and then a crash to desktop, and this time we just crash in the middle of a game. Oh, just aces, you know? Alright, guys. I'm sorry about that. Let's get back to it, though. We'll fast forward up to where we were, and we can just close it out nice and strong. Alright, OBS, you doing your thing the way you're supposed to? Looks like it is, okay. I'm gonna pause for a second, just make sure that OBS is working correctly with stream still. I just need signs of life. I've got a delay on stream, so I'm just gonna hold off for a second, and we'll have it going. I just need to make sure that we're getting full picture here. OBS says that it's sending video. Okay, we're good. So we got Valkia, she's moving in. We got little Groms, and they're gonna drop some damage here. Okay, it was the little Grom just chunking through this unit. Oh my god, man. God, I hate that. We get the Ice Maiden up top here getting attacked by the throwing axes. They're just doing this to lock her in place while Valkia looks to get in here and get a couple slaps in. Deathfrost going down on Valkia. It's actually really effective against her. Deathfrost does a great job of pressuring Valkia down because while she does have 35% spell res, it's an extra strength Spirit Leech. And any amount of damage on her 5600 HP is pretty effective because she is fairly squishy in terms of health. Aspiring Champions pushing down the Armored Cossar, great weapons. Zargard could just engage into this. Zargard should be able to kill an Aspiring Champion without too many problems. And the little Groms are looking to shoot Valkia for now, but I think turning around and hitting the Aspiring Champions is the way to go in just a moment here. Valkia just needs to hide at the edge of the map, basically, and yeah, you can see here, little Grom, looking to turn its attention to the Chaos Sorcerer with the Metal Magic with one. And yeah, using the other to hammer the Severed Claw, and look at that, one shot, taking out two of the Severed Claw already. Good dodging with the Chaos Sorcerer from Random Cuban. This is scary. This is a scary position to be in as the Warriors of Chaos. You went really hard into your front line with very durable anti-missile units, but in terms of surviving artillery, they're very weak. And the little Groms are just thumping right now. Ah, yes. Chaos Sorcerer dodging a shot there, very fortunate for him. You've got a pretty good line of sight onto the Aspiring Champions over here that are advancing forward. Zargard, great weapons, just walking down, or really not even walking down, just waiting for the Marauders to try and walk them down. Grinding against the Severed Claw and the Marauders here. Going to be a really nice fight for those guys. We've got Kossovite Dervishes and Winged Lancers charging some Forsaken, and now have Valkia nice and locked up. But this is a pretty safe fight for Valkia. This is how you dodge artillery with Valkia. Get her engaged against cavalry, and your opponent's artillery will not want to fire into that. Beautiful final transmutation hitting Little Grom and the Druzhina and the Kossar Spears. Good value from that cast, but not a tremendous amount of pressure at the end of the day because these guys just have such a nice health pool. Little Grom more than capable of surviving that spell cast here. Rotting Riders need to be the priority target right now. You need to be able to hammer against these things because the Rotting Riders will very quickly kill Little Grom if you let them. Desperation dive with the throwing axes. They do make contact with Little Grom and stop them from opening up here, but the Rotting Riders are pretty trapped up in a lot of bodies here. You've got Winged Lancers and Kossovite Dervishes in here. The Zargard great weapons are there. Armored Kossars and now Kissovite Warriors. That's a lot for the Rotting Riders to fight. They need to get out of here and get around and into this back line right now. Do get a good catch here. Frost Maiden with the Ice Magic is actually very, very lonely with Hellstriders all over her. She pops Ice Maiden's Kiss and Ice Sheet, but no way to escape. Does not have the Wom to get off another Death Frost here, it seems. We do have the Severed Claw and the Aspiring Champions tangling with the things in the woods. And the little Groms are so entangled they can't actually get any shots off right now. This could be where the Rotting Riders get in and win this game. They have to go for the backline here. You cannot leave the little Groms to get set up again. It's basically all or nothing because they'll just clear out the Rotting Riders with a couple of shots here if they're given the opportunity. And it will not be something that you can recover from as Random Cuban. Like, cleaning up these points is really not that important right now. You can just, like, send some, like, Hellstriders to mostly hang on to all of those. Another really nice final transmutation. Little Groms in the danger zone. Can they do this? They're focusing the wrong target right now. Valkia is not a priority. Need to hit the terror-causing Rotting Riders, who are the surest way for your opponent to kill your carry pieces here. Streltsy are behind the little Groms and not able to get shots off on the aspiring champions of the Severed Claw, but we do have cleanup duty from the Things in the Woods. You can see that's exactly what you want to use them for. Like I said with Things in the Woods when we saw them against Vampire Coast, excellent against these very expensive line holder type units. Because of the AP damage and because of the small unit sizes and the weapon strength that the Things in the Woods have. Bonus versus infantry helps out tremendously. Little Grom not disentangling in time. Little Grom in danger. Rotting Riders, what are they doing? Get in here. Please, random Cuban, don't do this. All it takes is like 1 or 2 shots from the little Groms on the flank of the Rotting Riders to just mulch them. Streltsy open up and the Rotting Riders finally get into the targets that they need to shut down here. They're going to get on top of Little Grom, and this, I think, is where we start to see the Warriors of Chaos take this game over. Kosovo Dervishes can get into this fight, but I don't think they're going to be able to do enough damage to the armor and the regen that the Rotting Riders have. Valkia getting hit by Little Grom, but she's still got 1600 HP. I mean, she can just fly to the back of the map and just live life there happily. Kislev's got a little bit of a push going to the number 2. Good charge on the Forsaken with the Winged Lancers. They do get some nice value here. Still need some kind of response for the Rotting Riders here, who are deep into the back line now. They are getting worn down a little bit more than I was really anticipating here, but as long as they can kill the little Groms, it shouldn't matter. Even if they trade out for them, it'll be an advantage state for Random Cuban. Turning around and charging down the Kossar Spears. They were braced, but it doesn't really matter that much. It's a very squishy unit. The Rotting Riders are just too big and scary for those guys to handle. Valkyrie getting hit again. Don't want to lose her. You don't want to be on the back foot in terms of leadership as Cuban right now. You've got all 3 objectives, which is awesome. But that can falter very quickly against a quick faction like Kislev. They can just throw up some Kosovite Dervishes to start capping them all if you gas yourself out. Rotting Riders look like they're going to pull back. One little Grom is very much alive. One has gone down. Forsaken are being cleaned up. Things in the Woods with 1400 value. Amazing performance from them. Streltsy online getting set up. Very beat up infantry formation over here for Kislev, just faltering. And the Winged Lancers, not quite paying for themselves here. Good damage on that Forsaken, but a reinforcing one is able to help lock that point down. Little Grom is online, trying to hit the Rotting Riders, who have 1600 value. They get into the trees, and they have 2 stands of forest here to protect them from the artillery now. Really good positioning from Random Cuban on that front. You can see they're exhausted and the terrain is lowering their stats, but, you know, they still have that bonus versus large that can help them in the late game. They're just going to sit here and regen. They got a lot of room to regen because of their 25 models remaining. They could definitely get up to about... how much? 5,000 something HP at the very least in just another, like, minute or 2. Got Streltsy walking down the number 3. I wouldn't normally recommend trying to hold on to all 3 points. But I guess what Random Cuban's doing here is leaving the number 1 to get capped by the Kislevite forces and then reinforcing the 3 and the 2. And doing a pretty good job of pressing the forces forward to continue walking down a lot of these units. See the Streltsy are about to be attacked by the Forsaken. They get a nice volley off. They've gotten some pretty okay value from that.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it.
They've gotten pretty good value from that one volley, and they get some assistance from Horse Archers charging down the flank of the Forsaken. Gonna break the leadership on the Forsaken very quickly here. But Marauders and the Marauder Horsemen here could definitely just jump in on these guys and shut them back down and continue locking down the number 3 objective here. Valkyrie gets hit once more, down to 100 HP. She is going to break here. This Little Grom is a little too far away to get one last shot on her, so it's going to swap its target priority. Yeah, onto the Rotting Riders who have come back out. charging down the Streltsy and the Horse Archers here. Little Grom reluctant to fire into its friends here. A little bit too much friendly fire that it's counting and not wanting to actually open up on them. We get the Things in the Woods coming in, but the Hellstriders will very quickly out-trade the Things in the Woods. Very rough fight for Kislev here. You got a really nice shot from Little Grom onto that Hellstrider unit, but the fact that they got into contact with the Things in the Woods being that healthy is definitely going to be time to tap out. There were some missed opportunities to deal with the Rotting Riders, in my opinion. The Little Groms just got a little too tangled up with one another. Keep a little bit more space on these guys. They don't have to be so close together when you have restock. I know you want to use the Cursed Oblast. You don't want to put your eggs in one basket, though, you know? I mean, like, one unit shutting down the Little Groms and getting them tangled together so that they can't effectively shoot definitely hurt. I know you want to kill Valkia. It's so nice to be able to kill your opponent's leadership, but Little Grom spent a lot of time over-focusing her, I would say. If you just focus on cleaning up the units that can actually threaten the Little Groms, they can always switch back in the late game to shoot down Valkia again. Good job by Random Cuban winning that game. The Rotting Riders were a little slow to get after Little Grom, but once they got into the cookie jar, they were able to kill one, and then the other was not really going to be enough to allow for the counter-pushing that Kislev needed to win that game. It's a lot of Streltsy. Streltsy are great, but you've already committed so much to value trading in the range game with the double Artie build. I think one Streltsy is a good spot. Probably do Boydanov's Brawlers as a as a heavy hitter to discourage your opponent from trying to blob up around Little Grom. And then you just go with some Armored Kossars to hold points, and I think you'll be fine. I don't think you need to do anything other than that. That's my recommend. More accurate matchup? Exactly. What's up, Twist? Hope you're doing okay, man. It's been good today. That's the last game we're going to do, guys. End of our replays for the day. I will be back with another stream tomorrow or Monday, depending on timing. I'll do some more of the new player tournament replays, and I'm also going to show off Menace at some point, which is going to be super fun. So, keep an eye out for those. This is the game I'm talking about. I'm just going to boot it up for a moment so I can give you a little teaser for it. I know somebody here in chat has said that they've played Battle Brothers, I know at least. This is by that same studio. They released a full demo, which is actually super replayable. It's got multiple objective scenarios. It's got like a full little planet-side campaign that you can kind of play through. So it gives you like a really good idea of the basics and ins and outs of the combat and squad management, which is really cool. It seems like it's a pretty in-depth system. I'm curious to see how the hiring the black market and the officer candidate school, I guess, is what the OCI is, to get more squad leaders. It's got a lot of slots for squad lead. And you can like add squaddies to these guys. They all are like individually named, and keeping them alive between games over the course of the campaign is going to be pretty important, because you have a limited number of replacements for your guys. And from what I was watching from their YouTube channel with all of their guides on everything, it's going to be very difficult to replace your losses, because you're basically a out of contact strike squadron like off on the edges of the universe. You know, you're like cut off from your main base and forces, and you're just desperately trying to unravel this mysterious threat within your sector. You know, you start off fighting pirates, and I think you're probably gonna see some more organized enemy forces once the main game releases. But just in terms of a demo, this is incredibly dense already. You know, you've got a ton of really interesting squad leads to pick from out the gate. They've got these very unique promotions. You can only pick one from each tier, so as you go through, you can get a pretty good idea of what is most effective for each squad lead, because they all specialize in something. Like this guy, Pike, he's got the stalwart, so his units never flee. Or I guess the squad lead himself never flees. His squaddies can, but instead of wavering, whenever they go to the wavering stance, they immediately buff themselves back up to neutral. So there's at least always something that they can do. You've got Lance Corporal Lynn here. He's like a assault specialist. They can benefit immensely from playing around vehicles. They can get extra AP from destroying units and kind of rampage through. It's, you know, pretty self-explanatory. Extra AP movement. Lots of good stuff. So I'm excited to play it a little bit more later. Till then, though, I'm gonna sign it off here, and we'll go check it out sometime this week together. It's probably gonna be my main focus when the game releases. You know, I'm gonna be mixing it in with plenty of Warhammer content whenever Tides of Torment comes out, but you know, we have no idea when that is. CA has been very sparing with info on that as of late. But till then, guys, take care. I'll see y'all later. Peace out. And if you're in the US, protests on the 18th, which is actually my birthday. So for my birthday, instead of celebrating, I'm going to protest. Do that. If you feel so inclined. I would highly encourage it.